Good. Good morning. I'm Brian Wilson, Burnett County Judge. I call this regular session of our Burnett County Commissioners Court to order. Today is Tuesday, August 12th, 2025. The time is now 9:01. This meeting is being held in the second floor courtroom located at 220 South Pierce, Burnett, Texas. I call agenda item number 2. Please join me for the invocation led by John Weems, and we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Pastor Wayne.
Let's pray. Lord, I thank you today for this amazing group of men and women in our county who have served and led through such a difficult last month. Lord, I pray for those who have lost their homes or faced incredible damage, and even more so those that lost ones. Lord, we ask in this moment that you give them the peace that passes all understanding as they are filled with your grace. And today and tomorrow, as our children go back to school, Lord, we just pray your blessings on them. We pray protection over them. We pray safety over all the school districts in Burnett County and in the state and in our country. Lord, we pray for extra patience for our teachers and for our administrators and all school and staff. We pray, God, for safety on the roads as they travel. And now today in this meeting, we ask that your Holy Spirit comes and gives guidance to the commissioners and to the judge as they discuss and plan for the budget and all the other things. Lord, may all of this be done for your glory in all that we do. In your Son's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. In the pledge of the flags, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. I call agenda item number 3, public comments pursuant to Texas Government Code 551007. The Commissioners Court will allow any person to make comment on any item not appearing on the agenda. Is there any public comment? Limited to 3 minutes. Okay. I close public comment for items not on the agenda. I call agenda item number 4, public hearing on the formation of the Burnett County Emergency Service District number 11. It is now 9:04. I open the public hearing for the formation of the Emergency Service District, or ESD, number 11. The consideration here today is to accept public comment about the formation of the ESD 11 and whether this Commissioners Court should call for an election by the affected residents to create an ESD, or Emergency Service District number 11. Are there any public comments? Okay. State your name and for the record, please.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Van Vinstra. I live in the Hoover Valley District at 124 Kingsland Ranch Road, Kingsland in Burnett County. Appreciate you considering this petition for an ESD for the Hoover Valley Fire District. I joined the Hoover Valley Fire District as a firefighter, first responder when I moved to the area 15 years ago. Served for several years in that capacity, and then later as a board member. I'm not in an official capacity anymore, but I still help them out with fundraising a little bit. I support this ESD as I believe it is critically needed. Hoover Valley is the only fire district in Burnett County that receives no direct funding from either an ESD or municipal tax. They are depending on fundraisers and donations to equip these volunteers and fund their operations, and historically, only a small percentage of the residents donate to the fire department. Most of the volunteers work full-time jobs, and what that means when a 911 call comes in during the weekday and they're at work, often no one from that district is able to respond. Now, our neighboring districts have been doing a great job supporting us. They've missed a lot of calls in the last 2 years when they've had limited staffing, but the neighboring districts have really done great responding through mutual aid. But when they come, they're coming from further away. So it's a much longer response time. And as you know, for a fire or medical emergency, getting somebody there quickly can be really critical. I feel the ESD is the most equitable and practical way to fund fire rescue and other emergency services for an unincorporated area such as this. With ESD funding, the Hoover Valley Fire District would be able to have the staffing and equipment necessary to quickly respond to 911 calls and better support the community, commensurate with other areas in Burnet County. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay. Howdy.
Good morning. My name's Patrick May. I'm actually a new resident to Burnet County. I've been here about 2 months. I actually live in the area that's not currently served by an ESD, down off of Legends Parkway. I wanted to start to introduce myself a little bit. My background is I actually was a firefighter, lieutenant with the Westlake Fire Department. And I was actually surprised to learn that we actually didn't have an ESD. When I first started the fire service, I was actually a volunteer and did so for about 20 years, working for an all-volunteer fire department and then ultimately a combination department. I echo everything that was just said, but I'd like to add a few things. Primarily is that firefighting is a dangerous business. It requires expensive equipment. It requires expensive protective equipment for our personnel and training. And training is real important to keep people safe. And to do that, we need funding. And we don't have adequate funding today. And the best way to do that is through the formation of an ESD so that all the residents contribute equally to the fire department. And then ultimately that translates into better services for the community. So I'm 100% in favor of the formation of an ESD. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Gene Broadway. I'm part of the group that helped put this initiative together along with Van and some others. I've lived in that area for 20 years, so it's way past due. So I've seen this initiative fail twice. So what's different this time? I think there's a couple of things. First of all, let's talk about what's happening right now. In the last year, over 100 calls had to be responded to by mutual aid, as you've heard Van say. Because that's lack of personnel, lack of equipment, whatnot. That department runs in between average 6 to 12 volunteers. It's always kind of turning over. They got 3 usable vehicles. Fortunately, earlier this year, they sold a bunch of equipment that was just junk. It didn't run, it didn't work. And they were able to go out and buy a new water tender recently so they can carry water to if they've got a fire like that. But they have no daytime support. And we know that the other mutual aid districts, they're going to get tired of their taxpayers get tired of having them come support the Hoover Valley Fire District. That's not because they don't get tax money from that area. So that's one of the issues. The other one is we just had to educate the public and the voting people in our fire district as the fact that you don't have to provide fire and emergency services to them. So if they want it, they're going to have to pay for it. And they've accepted that. And we got 293 signatures on the petition out of 1,500 voters. That's more than we've had in the past. So, third thing I just want to impress upon you folks is the tax base in Hoover Valley. It's about $1.3 billion on the current assessments. That represents about 12% of the total tax base of Burnet County and 10% of your county budget. Now, that doesn't go to your budget, but it's roughly what it would be. If it passes, ESD 11 would be in the top 4 ESDs in Burnet County. So we would be right there with Spicewood, Bertram, in Burnet. That's where we'd be. So hopefully this thing goes. Hopefully it gets passed. We appreciate your support. All of our neighbors do too, especially those 293 that signed that petition. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other public comment? Okay, I close the public hearing. And I'll proceed I close the public hearing on Emergency Service District Number 11 and return to the agenda of the Burnett County Commissioners Court. I call agenda item number 5, discuss, consider, and take appropriate action regarding the petition consideration requesting the formation of Burnett County Emergency Service District 11. Do I have a motion to call for an election on November 4th based on the petition to create an ESD number 11?
I so move for the creation of the Burnett County Emergency Services District Number 11.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we call for the election. Sorry about that. Is there any further, it's been moved and seconded that we move forward. Is there any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes. I call agenda item number 6, discuss, consider, and take appropriate action regarding ordering the November 4th constitutional amendment election. Is there any public comment on this issue? Okay, seeing no public comment, I close public comment. Mr. Ferguson, would you like to brief us on the next, I guess probably the next 2 items?
Yes, sir. Doug Ferguson, Elections Administrator.
1 second, Doug. I'm going to go ahead and, while he's explaining what these 2 items are, if you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and call, I've already called agenda item number 6. I'm going to go ahead and call agenda item number 7, which is to discuss, consider, and take appropriate action, approving the following early voting polling locations and hours, an election day polling location and hours. We will take them up one at a time, but I'll let you go ahead and explain them together, please.
Okay. I guess I'll start with the early voting locations. For a constitutional amendment election, we generally only open the 2 main early voting locations. Of course, our AgriLife is our main early voting location, and then Texas Tech at Highland Lakes. By law, the hours have to be 8 to 5 every weekday, no weekends, unless we had a petition, which we've not had a petition turned in. And the last 2 days of early voting, the Thursday and Friday of week 2, is 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And so those are the hours for early voting that I'm proposing. And it runs from October 20th through October 31st. So 2 weeks of early voting. Do you want to take these individually, or you want me to
Do
continue?
you go ahead and explain the constitutional election
Okay.
itself? Just give us a brief overview, and then I'll take them. I'll take the vote.
The constitutional amendment election, up until 2023, the governor orders that election, still does, but the Secretary of State decided a few years ago that the county should also order that election just to follow procedures. So that's why we are ordering this election. It's already ordered by the governor. But it reflects the same information for early voting sites. Of course, it gives you all the propositions in English and Spanish, but it gives you the same early voting schedule that we just talked about and the same early voting sites. And then for election day, because we have the 2 ESD elections, the ESD election out in the Briggs, Ocala area, we're going to go ahead and open both of those polling locations on election day just to, service those folks. Also for the ESD 11 election in Hoover Valley, we're going to open Hoover Valley Volunteer Fire Department for election day for that. And just to be fair, since we're at both opposite corners of the county, we're going to go ahead and open Spicewood for election day so that those folks will be serviced more conveniently. And for balance of commissioner precincts that to be vote centers like we are, you can't be in more than double the amount of one commissioner precinct on election day than you are in any other. So we have to add one Commissioner 3 precinct. So we're open in Church of Christ in Marble Falls also. So that's basically, and Highland Haven, we're open Highland Haven because they are having a bond election. So we're opening 10 locations for Election Day.
As opposed to the normal 19, is that correct?
Well, the normal 19, we only open for general elections.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
For a general election, it'd be 19, so we're
But
opening 10.
generally for a constitutional amendment, we'll only open 6 locations. But we're going to hold, because of the ESDs, and, you know, we're expanding.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Okay, so I've already called public comment on number 6. Do I have a motion ordering the November 4th, 2025 constitutional amendment election for Burnett County?
Move for approval.
Okay, is there a
Second.
Okay, Doctor is second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes. I call agenda item number 7, discuss and consider and take appropriate action regarding the approval of the following: early voting polling locations and hours, election day polling location and hours. Is there any public comment on this agenda? Okay, close public comment on this agenda. And then, so do I have a motion to adopt the early voting polling locations and hours and the election day polling location and hours as proposed within the agenda, as far as the material attached to the agenda, excuse me?
I'll move for approval.
Second.
All right, Barley moved and Luther seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes. Okay.
Thank you, Doug.
Yeah.
I call agenda item number 8, discuss, consider, and take appropriate action regarding the request for a replat of lots 254, 255, 308, 309, Council Creek Village, Unit 1, also be known as lots 254A and 308A, Council Creek Village, Unit 1, a combination of 4 lots into 2. Commissioner Luther or Herb Darling?
Good morning, Judge Commissioners. Herb Darling, Burnett County Development Services. We have a request for a replat to Council Creek. They're combining 4 lots into 2.
Move for approval.
Second. Okay. It's been moved to approve, and then by Luther, and second by Collier. Is there any public comment on this issue? Okay, close public comment. Is there any further discussion, Commissioners? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion passes. I call agenda item number 9, discuss, consider, and take appropriate action regarding the request for a replat of Lot 489 and 490, Council Creek, Unit 2, to be known as Lot 489A, Council Creek, Unit 2, a combination of 2 lots into 1. Mr. Darling.
Same song, different unit. This is a combination of lots, and I would advise the court anytime we can lower the density to do so.
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Luther, seconded by Byerly, that we, is there any public comment? Okay, close public comment. Is there further discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes. Okay, I call agenda item number 10, discuss, consider, and take appropriate action regarding a request for a replat of lots 930, 931, and 932, Council Creek Village, Unit 3, to be known as Lot 930A, Council Creek Village, Unit 3, a combination of 3 lots into 1.
We kind of got a little snafu with this one. The original got lost in the mail. What I'm asking the court to do is to approve this. Once the original is received back with the signatures, I will bring it to the respective commissioner and judge for your signatures.
Mr. Counsel?
They were snoozing.
Okay. Okay.
Y'all are good.
Counselor, what we've got, an original was lost in the mail, asking the court for their approval. I'll procure signatures once the original arrives.
All you're asking today is for the council to approve the replat and for the signature to be obtained later on. I think that's fine.
And I do have a copy of the replat available if anybody would like to see it. It's a combination of 3 into 1.
Okay, thank you. All right.
I
motion.
move for approval.
Okay, Luther moves for approval.
Second?
Arlen, second. Any public comment on the issue? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes with the signatures to be collected after the original arrives in the mail. Okay, I call agenda item number 11, discuss, consider, and take appropriate action regarding a request for a replat of Lot 4A and 4B, SLM Ranch subdivision to be known as Lots 4E and 4F, SML Ranch subdivision, relocation of lot lines. Mr. Darling.
Judge, Commissioners, these are large acreage tracts, roughly 10 acres. What they're doing is just adjusting the lot lines, property lines in each tract. There won't be a change, minimal change in overall lot sizing.
Okay, will any of those changes bring it below the 10.1?
It's a platted subdivision.
Oh, I see,
but
so it doesn't matter. Okay, thank you.
Move for approval.
Okay, Luther moves.
Second.
Collier seconds. Is there any public comment on the issue? Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes. Okay, I call agenda item number 12, discuss, consider, and take appropriate action regarding a request for replat of Lot 81, 82, and the north half of Lot 83, Twin Isle subdivision to be known as Lot 81A, Twin Isle subdivision, a combination of 2.5 lots into one. Mr. Darling.
Judge, Commissioners, this is a combination of lots. It's also a cleanup. Twin Isles is an older subdivision, and a portion, what we saw was an open, unplatted half lot. It's being incorporated into, it's platted, but it was sold previously as just the north half. So this will clean that up, and it is a combination.
Move for approval.
Luther moves. Sidney second.
I'll second it.
Okay. Dockery second. Is there any public comment on the issue? Okay. All right. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes. I call agenda item number 13, discuss, consider, and take appropriate action regarding the request for replat of tract 3A, Cisco Ranch, to be known as tracts 3B, 3C, 3D, and 3E, Cisco Ranch, a division of one tract into 4. Mr. Darling.
I'm going to defer to Commissioner Byerly on this one. It is, having reviewed the replat and conversed with the Commissioner, given the scarcity of groundwater in that area, we don't believe it's in the best interest to move forward with this. I'll let the Commissioner further address it.
Herb, remind me of the track sizes. We're going from a 10.
To roughly 4, 5, 2.5.
Correct. So in this case, there's not a water study on this subdivision because it was platted
Years ago.
a long time ago. So short of a water study, I can't multiply density this much. So my question to you, Herb, and maybe council is, if we take no action, then they can keep moving on the process, right? We would have to take some sort of action to tell them that we want a water study? Or what's the recommendation?
I'm going to
make sure-
defer to council, but yes, that would be my advice.
So my thought is that we would deny the plat based on the lack of a water availability study.
Go ahead and take action to deny the request at this time and then inform the owners that they need a water study. Or you could table it, not take any action, and be posted on another future agenda. Either way, just take no action.
Okay. I just feel like that would open it up for them to go through the process of it getting automatically approved with no action. Is that accurate? I don't want that. So for this one, I'm going to make a motion to deny the replat and request a water study before it can be reconsidered.
I can't second it.
I know, I'm just,
I'm sorry, oh, yes. So the motion is to deny this current application until a water study is performed for them to be able to be reconsidered. Is
Yes,
that-
sir.
Am I saying that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by, moved by Byerly, seconded by Luther. Is there any public comment? Okay. Closed public comment. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioner.
The permit is denied. I want to be clear about the motion passes. The application is denied. Okay. I call agenda item number 14 on the waiver, but that fee was paid by a private citizen this morning, and there's no need to take up this matter. Okay. So I call agenda item number 24, discuss, consider, and take appropriate action. Oh, I'm sorry, I modified the agenda only to change the order. I'm not going to do anything other than to change the order. So we're going to go to, I call agenda item number 24, discuss and consider and take appropriate action regarding approving the Texas Department of Transportation to act as the coordinator and liaison for Burnett County to seek emergency relief funding from the Federal Highway Administration and designate Commissioner Dockery as to correspond and work with TxDOT and report back to the Commissioners Court. Is there any public comment on this agenda item? Okay, close public comment. The Texas Department of Transportation has indicated that they sent a letter, I think it's in the folder in 24, but if not, they had communicated that they would like to work on our behalf to procure funding for the Federal Highway Administration for some of our arterial roads and major roads in the county, especially those ones that serve as a bypass for our major highways. So I think we should take them up on it and let them begin to, I know that would, I think it would impact, I know certainly Mormon Mill, you've got, and then what, 330 going out the other way, and then you've got 253 and a couple others, right?
52.
Yeah, 252, sorry. And then, so anyway, I think it's something we should at least allow them to work on our behalf. So, okay.
Absolutely.
All right, any public comment? None? Okay, okay. Do I have a motion?
I'll move for approval and to appoint Commissioner Dockery.
Okay.
Second.
I got Barley and Luther. Barley moved and Luther second. Is there further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes. I go to agenda item number 25, discuss and consider and take appropriate action regarding approval for JP1 to purchase a new Surface Pro and Surface Pro keyboard from the JP Technology Fund. Is there any public comment on this issue? Judge Nelson, is there anything you want to say? I don't.
Not really, it's just age
Yeah,
now
it's,
needs to be replaced.
okay. And this is technology funds that accrue through the different fees that associated with this. So each JP has fees, we'll see later in the budget, that accrue to their department, and the county signs off on them, but the funds are generally dedicated for the use of that office. So do I hear a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, Luther moved, Byerly second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes. I call agenda item number 26, discuss, consider, take appropriate action on reimbursement to Teresa Clarkson in the amount of $250 for damage to 5 trees caused by Precinct 2 Road and Bridge operations on County Road 216. Is there any public comment? Okay. Hearing no public, close the public comment. Commissioner Byerly?
So when we were out mowing, there was a right-of-way with no fences, and in an effort to do a little bit extra, they mowed another swath of another path and mowed over 5 freshly planted trees. But
I don't know what council has to say about this, but I've checked with the auditor. They don't see any way they can make this payment if we wanted to. We can submit it to reimbursement for our insurance to see if they deny it, and then maybe take it back up at a later time. So, but I don't know that we have statutory, we might have a statutory authority to authorize the payment, but the auditor doesn't seem to believe that she has statutory authority to make the payment. So, we can take whatever action Commissioners Court wants, or we can pass it and do a little bit more research. So,
Well, if the auditor won't pay the bill, then I guess, or can't pay the bill, then I,
but we can let's do some more research and see if this, one of the two questions I asked a few days ago was, what is our statutory authority to pay it? And then what is our, and have we ever done this before? And so,
What was the reasoning for not being able to pay it?
well, the statutory authority in both the government code is what are appropriate payments that have to be budgeted, and then they have to come out of a line item, but then they have to, I think the big problem is this thought, and I don't want to get into a legal treatise, but generally, the county has some quasi-immunity for as long, unless there's big negligence or in purpose, willful, in other words, if they did it on purpose or they were just fairly poorly trained. But I think this happens a lot, and we just have to be careful about which ones we pay. We don't have a lot of evidence that we pay things like this usually.
I was just curious because, as I found out in a short time, a lot of these property owners own, out to the middle of the road or maybe the whole road. If we, if it comes up in the future, if we mowed over or hit their fence or whatever, that's, I guess, technically in our right of way or in our permissible easement. But let's just be careful.
But on the other hand is if we start making payments on these, then when we run over a telephone buried cable sign, or, it's just pretty endless of all the things that you could end up paying. So
Makes sense.
So I think we should be really careful about it. This is not a big payment or a big deal, but the problem is it represents hundreds of thousands of dollars of potential damage that is not intentional, and it's not negligent. It's just, and so I just think it represents. So, you want to pass on this item, and let's do some more research to find out. We'll submit it for claim to the insurance and see what else is going on there.
okay, yeah, we'll just pass on it.
Okay. So rather than deny it, I'd rather pass on the issue. Okay. By general consent, we'll pass. I call agenda item number 27, discuss, consider, take appropriate action for Road and Bridge Precinct 3 to purchase 3 fuel tanks with 2024 tax note funds. Commissioner Collier, this is, as we learned recently, this is an issue of safety, a convenience issue, and a cost saver. Commissioner Collier, do you want to present anything else on this issue?
It's been a work in progress, for sure. But it'll help. And like I said, with the fuel cost in Bertram are generally 40 cents higher than Burnet or Marble Falls. So to save us from driving to Burnet, if we're not going that direction, then we'll save 40 cents a gallon just about on every gallon we buy.
All right, is there any public comment on this issue?
And I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I thought you.
No, that's it. I was just going to, that's public comment. I was going to close it.
All right. No public comment. I close public comment. Do I have your motion?
I move to approve the quote from Allied for the purchase of those 3 fuel tanks.
Second.
These are, I'm assuming, above-ground tanks.
Yes. 3 1,000-gallon tanks with pumps and signage.
It's going to be the gift that keeps on giving. Now you're going to have to build a containment around it.
Well, they're double wall.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so, sorry, I forgot to, I was listening and writing at the same time, so.
Collier made the
Collier
motion.
made the motion and Luther seconded.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? And it's Allied, that's what I was writing down, Allied.
Allied.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes. I call agenda item number 28, discuss, consider, and take appropriate action regarding the quality counts quote for the following. A, traffic counts up to 80 locations across Burnett County, and funding from Road and Bridge General Fund. Commissioner Dockery?
Yeah, Judge, this is what we had discussed previously and approved going out for bid for, and we were able to get quotes from Graham Traffic, I believe, and this Quality Counts. Quality Counts came in more affordably. I think it equates to $150 per counter. If we approve this today, then gentlemen, you need to make sure you review this list. And we don't have quite 80 on here, but if you've missed one or two, then we've got an opportunity to add them. And we're going to need this information for our transportation plan update, which we hope is going to start in 30 days or so. So we'll need this information. I would move for approval.
Second.
Okay, is there any public comment on this issue? Close public comment. So have been moved by Dockery and seconded by Luther. Is there any further discussion? And this, I know the quote is for 66, but the agenda item is for 80, just so that if there's other areas that you identify, that you can still either add another route. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes. I call agenda item number 29, discuss, consider, and take appropriate action regarding responses received for bid 25-5100-01, Burnett County AgriLife Roof and Herman Brown Free Library Roof Replacement Installation. Is there any public comment on this issue? Okay, we don't have anybody from the auditor's office, so you're on your own, gentlemen. So as you can see, there's a description in the first page of your book about the three lowest bids, but the lowest did not meet all the technical requirements of the bid. So that was the 650 Vincent's Roofing at $654,680, and then the next two are fairly close to each other. One's a local company, one's out of College Station. Is there?
Looks like it.
I'll move to approve bid number 3, WCR Construction.
Sorry, trying to get back over here. WCR Construction, okay. It's been moved in that we approve WCR Construction. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion?
I'm just trying to figure out. Looks like the lowest complete bid is CS Advantage USAA at $909,000. And it's greater than a 3% differential for the local. I don't know if we have the ability to do that. I would defer to council guidance on that.
So you're saying that that one bid is not going to be considered because it doesn't meet specs,
Yeah, the
basically?
So Vincent's did not turn in some of the documents that were required for the bid.
I think you can, I mean, you have two bids, one is a local bidder, and then the second one is an outside bidder, but the outside bid one is actually lower than the local by a small amount, am I correct?
More than 3%,
Okay.
Joe Don said,
Yeah.
so it's 900 and,
979 versus 909.
Okay, if you're going to consider the local bid, which is a little bit higher, then you need to have given notice to the other bid, because it was the lower bid, and given them an opportunity to come to court and make any kind of presentation it wants in case it changed the court's mind. So you can either wait and then invite that company to come at the next Commissioners Court meeting, or you can award today to that company.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Do you want to proceed with that vote, or do you want to modify it?
Sounds like we can vote today. There's just another step possibly if they so choose, or?
Is that what you just said, that we would vote today to accept this one and give the other one an opportunity, or we have to pass today and?
Well, what you need to do is you can, if you want to take a vote today, you can take a vote to say that you're leading towards the local, but you do need to give that opportunity to the lower bidder to come to court. So, you could do it subject to, basically, and then you'd have to, once they had that opportunity and they came to court, you'd have to consider that and then make your final vote at that point.
Is there a point system? You know,
I don't know that this one had
Not scoring, it's simply,
This-
if
this-
they meet all the bid qualifications, and then it's based upon
based on the price.
the price.
What I'm saying is you could do it subject to making sure you give that other bidder an opportunity to come and make a presentation to the court.
How you want to proceed, Mr. Brown? You want to go ahead and take the vote for this bidder?
What's the alternative if we don't?
The alternate, we'll either, we'll have to modify the motion so that we will accept the WCR construction, subject to the opportunity for, is it the Advantage USAA Inc.? No, that's the wrong one. There's two of them that have USAA. CS Advantage USAA is the other one. So the only thing we could do today is that if you proceed with this motion that's before you is to subject to CS Advantage USAA Inc. to come to the Commissioners Court at the earliest opportunity and provide what are they going to provide? Presentation about their roof services.
what if, WCR with negotiations, can they,
You
I
can't.
mean, now that they're all open, it's kind of hard to come back and say, hey, can you
You're not
come
going to be
down
able,
to this, or
you're not going to be able to negotiate, but you can have them make a presentation.
have
and
both companies come make one?
The law says it's the one with the lower bidder. The lower bid has the opportunity, and then the court can consider at that point and make its final decision. But it is certainly possible for you to go with the local bidder, even if it's a little bit more money. However, you need to make sure that you've given the opportunity for the lower bidder to have an opportunity to make its presentation to the court. And in case it does changes your mind in any kind of way.
My motion stands.
Okay. Call the question. Okay, further discussion?
Who was the second?
Me, mine was,
All right,
are
so,
you gonna leave it like it is, or are you gonna let them come give a
We'll let them know.
presentation?
Yeah.
Let them know, all right.
so you're modifying your motion to select
Make it subject to.
WCR Construction, to award the contract to WCR Construction, subject to the notification of CS Advantage USA Inc. to come to the Commissioners Court and conduct a presentation.
Correct.
And that's your second?
And I'll second that.
Okay. All right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. Motion passes. Okay. I call agenda item number 30, discuss, consider, and take appropriate action regarding the responses received for the concrete road work on County Road 113, County Road 111, and County Road 120 in the amount not to exceed $26,268. Commissioner Luther?
We have received bids back on repairing the flood damage on 113, 111, County Road 120 for the concrete work for the aprons and the local water crossing on County Road 113. Brothers came back in as the low bid, $26,268, and that's who we're asking for to award that to.
Okay, is there any public comment on this issue? Okay, seeing no closed public comment, is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Okay,
Second?
Luther moved and Barley seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes. Call agenda item number 31, discuss, consider, and take appropriate action to award bid 256110002, County Road 120 paving project to DIJ Construction, Inc., in an amount not to exceed $365,743.54. Commissioner Luther?
This is a project on County Road 120. It's a chip and seal restriping. DIJ came in as the low bidder, $365,743.54. And I would move to approve DIJ to do the work.
Second.
Been moved by Luther, seconded by Collier. Is there any public comment on this issue? Okay. Close public comment. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes. I call agenda item number 32. Discuss, consider, take appropriate action regarding budget interline item transfers. I don't see anything that gave me pause. It seemed appropriate. Do I hear a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, Luther moved, Doctor second. Is there any public comment on the line item transfers? Okay. All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed say no. Motion passes. I call agenda item number 33. Oops. Excuse me, lost my place. All right. Discuss, consider, and take appropriate action for the authorization of payments of claims previously approved by the county auditor. Is there any public comment? Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
Barley and Luther. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes. Okay, I call agenda item number 34. Discuss, consider, and take appropriate action regarding contracts, agreements, and grants to be approved and or ratified. The approval to apply for the Ladd and Catherine Hancher Library Foundation grants for Spicewood Library. The application will be for 7 computers and 7 monitors and 1 printer with a tray. This would replace the grant approved in the Commissioners Court on 3/25/25. Authorizing the Burnett County judge to accept allocation, sign, and execute all necessary documents and actions for the FY26 911 GIS funding and contract from the Capital Area Emergency Communications District in the amount of $128,240.76, which will go from 10/1 of 25 to 9/30 of 26. Approval of the Burnett County to sign and execute all necessary documents and actions for the resolution by the Texas Indigent Defense Commission for the FY26-27 Indigent Defense Improvement Grants for temporary subsidies of county contribution, no matches required, and approval of Burnett County to sign and execute all necessary documents and actions for the interlocal agreement between the County of Burnett, Texas, and the Texas Division of Emergency Management to accept the operation of the debris site. Is there any public comment on these items? So is there anything you would like to know about any of these items, commissioners? I think the biggest one, Tatum's represented here today, that we opened a debris site with the city. They are, at the time, we opened it under emergency orders, and then we were going to pay for the disposal of all that debris. Now, Texas Department of Emergency Management wants to take over the entire site and remove all the debris at no expense. That was going to cost us at least $150,000 to $200,000. So I say that we should probably let them. They've got the contract in the folder. So, and then the rest of them are kind of routine grant applications. The state had some extra court cost collection money that they wanted to distribute to the the Public Defender's Office. And then, anyway, So there was no public comment on this, so is there a motion?
I move for approval for items A through D.
Okay. Is there a
Second.
Okay. All those, further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes. Okay. Now we are returning to the original order, starting with item, I tell you what, let's take a 10-minute recess, please. And we'll reconvene right at 10 o'clock, so about 8 minutes. Thank you. You again?
Yeah.
Sneaking up behind you, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's a rough crowd that sits behind us.
How are you?
Good to see you.
Hey, Gary. I saw you pulling people over on the square yesterday. You could sit here, they run that one all day. That's right. That's on.
So off?
Top of that.
Okay, it's 10 o'clock. I call the meeting back to order. So we're going to return to the original agenda order, starting with item 15. We have made every effort to ensure that the Burnett County budget process has been transparent and open. For all the remaining items, I will follow this procedure. I will open the floor after I call it the item for public comment. After public comment is closed, elected officials are invited to speak. We will walk through the budget and tax items and make corrections and changes, and then we will either record the changes on the record or take a recess and follow up with any actions after opportunity to make adjustments or corrections. Are there any questions? Is that okay, Commissioners?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sorry.
I'm good.
Okay. I call agenda item number 15. Discuss, consider, and take appropriate action regarding FY 23 and 25 revenue, expenditure, and transfer, including A, general fund, I, department, II, jail, III, sheriff, IV, other, B, road and bridge, C, other accounts listed in the Burnett County budget for fiscal year 25. Is there any public comment?
Patty Cope, Burnett County taxpayer. On item 15, there is one attachment for the jail reserve table, but I don't see, the public hasn't been able to see the general fund, road and bridge, or the other accounts, and I'm assuming that the commissioners have this in their binders, but the public hasn't had a chance to review it, so we can't make any comments because we don't know the contents. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, so information related to the current budget. I think as we were working through the budget over the last several weeks, we've had lots of discussion about different issues. There's one attachment in your binders. Is there any comment about this table that I put in here concerning the jail and the information related to the jail operation? So this is just provided as an introduction to areas. Everybody has the budget from FY25 that we're currently operating. I just felt like in these areas of where we budget now, I wanted to give an opportunity to the commissioners and the public, if they wanted to talk about the way things are budgeted now. So the attached tables show in this particular issue that's been coming up since March that I got here is that the cost to operate the jail is generally about $2 million in operation cost above what the revenues are. Basically, this year it looks like it's going to rise to a negative amount of $1 million. As we heard testimony, we have a little fuller jail this year than we have in past years. But I think the other thing about the information on that fund where the jail money sits is the funds that they're showing as increases are actually the taxpayer money that is being deposited into the account so that the jail can operate correctly. So, and have money at the beginning of the year to run its operations. It has food payments immediately. It has insurance, medical costs. It has wages as well. So you can see on the fund to cover the jail expenses going back to 22, starting at 2.7 million, then 3.2, 3.7. And then so at the end of the year, there's a balance, but the balance is taxpayer funds. It's not revenues generated. So, and then I've provided the summary tables. Is there any other thing that, Sheriff, you're welcome to say anything that you want to? Do you want to say anything to the Sheriff? Are you designated an employee to do that? Okay.
Captain Kimler, Jail Administrator. Yes, the funds that the county is putting in on the spreadsheet that was given to y'all, the bottom half, it shows you what the county did not put in. What the spreadsheet doesn't show you is it doesn't show you the amount of the revenue that was generated. So yes, there is 600 something that wasn't put in by the county, but then there was also 600 something thousand that was made overage of what we were supposed to make. So I'm not an auditor, no claim to be an auditor, but I just feel that spreadsheet's there's a little left out. And that 3 million is something, that's the county's obligated money. We have to fund our own inmates. We can't rely on out-of-county money offsetting our costs, right? We're still responsible for that. Right now, our cost is around $47 a day. The national average in Texas is over $80 a day to house their own inmates. So we're decreasing the cost quite a bit on that. So yeah, if you take what we made over last year and what we didn't spend of what was budgeted for us to spend, that was the 1.29 million. So it shows 600,000 on your spreadsheet, but that's what wasn't put in from the budget that was budgeted from us from county taxpayers. We're always gonna have to pay something from taxpayer money to run the jail. We don't get a freebie. So
Well, if you have the spreadsheet in front of you?
I do.
Okay, so in 2024, I just want to make sure we have the same set of facts or same
Yes, sir.
understanding. This table on the summary table on the first page.
Right.
Shows that the revenues that you received from all sources, not the county money, but just all sources.
All sources.
You leased out beds to the feds, you
Correct.
leased out beds to other counties. You generated $7 million. That's what this says. Is that?
That was correct. That's the revenues that it shows.
And the reason I'm picking on 24 is because 24 is closed. There's
Right.
no, we don't really know where you're going to end up yet on 25. So I want to make sure we have the same set of understanding on set. So it says that all the billings that you did for the federal government and everybody else that used a bed in Burnett County, that totaled up to all the income that got deposited into Burnett County's account
Right.
is $7 million.
Yes.
Okay, and does that sound right to you?
Yes.
To you, Chief? Okay, so, and then what this, and again, in 24, it's saying that to run the jail, to buy all the things, to pay all the staff, do everything you had to do, you spent $9 million.
Correct.
Okay. So, that's a $2 million negative amount.
That the county had to put in.
I'm not saying it's not a loss, and that's why.
Right, yes.
You know, I don't like that gain and loss because it's just a negative amount.
Correct.
Because you spend. Now, in my calculations, and I just really roughed it out, there's about 41,000 man days in the jail from local inmates. Does that sound
For
appropriate?
last year,
Well, I'm just saying, I was just looking at jail records overall. I was just kind of,
yeah, for last year it was 64,000.
okay, so it was higher. Okay.
Yes.
So I was just looking at,
Yeah, 64,127 man days for last year.
okay, so that's good. All right, so that means that the overall cost to run in other words, the difference between in other words, part of that negative number is our own mandates, right?
Right,
So-
yes, sir.
So,
And that
I'm
drove,
sorry, our own what? What's that last word you're saying?
so man days is just say that they have in any given day, they have 110 or 120 inmates.
it's how many inmates were in the jail per day for the entire year. So it's
you're saying
billable
2
days.
words.
Man days, right. I'm sorry, it's mine,
Texan.
yeah. But it's the,
Got it.
So the 7 million, that doesn't count Burnett County. that we
that's
pay.
other people paying.
That's
into
other
our
people
jail.
paying, so
Yeah,
that's not
let's-
us.
Let's be clear about that. So, no, and I don't think we have any disagreement with.
No.
Are other counties paying
Yes.
7?
So last year, if you're looking at the sheet, it's not on there. What was budgeted for us for the county to pay was 3.7 million. The county ended up putting in 3 million. So there was that close to 700,000 that was budgeted, but we didn't use. So that stayed in the original account.
And when we budget, it's figured for local inmates
Correct.
at a rate of how much per day?
For us, we bill out $80 a day. So, I mean, that's for out of county.
Let's, just in
But he
county.
said $47 a day.
Yeah, they broke down to
What our
$47.
what our- his
That was our
estimate-
true cost. So based upon last year, our bill dates or mandates, like he said, per year, minus what the county actually kicked in, it drove our cost down to $47.90 per day to house that inmate. Like I said, the average in Texas, like if you go to Lampasas, they're like 73. You go to, Bell, they're 68.
So if
You
we
go
didn't
further
do
north,
any of
104.
outside anything,
It would cost you about $5 million. Opposed to $2 million.
So but what is not on this table, and I want to be clear, is that there's a $1 million a year bond payment that is part of the jail. That's what we call, that's usually called the debt service for that jail. And that's not all the jail's fault. It's actually distributed across the county. I'm sorry. I apologize. So what's not in this table, I want to be clear, this table is only the operational cost. Is that working or is this not working? Can you hear me now? Okay. This is just the operational cost. This is not what we call fully burdened, in the criminal justice or correction system, what we call fully burdened would be the depreciation plus the debt service plus any other capital costs like new roofs, new chillers, other costs that generate. So while we do have a reasonable cost per inmate for the 64,000 man days, that does take into consideration. But what is not probably correctly stated is that when the county deposits $3 million or $4 million or $2.5 million, the money that ends up being in the account after the time period is over is still taxpayer dollars. It's not earned income per se, because we don't fully attribute the cost to the jail, because the jail is a county resource. It's a county property. But the taxpayers are the ones that are on the hooks for if the jail population plummeted, the taxpayers would still have to pay most of the cost, whether or not the jail took in a dime. I think you probably hit the note a minute ago, is we'd still have to pay, just say I use the mandate calculation that you do at 47.
We still have fixed costs.
We'd still have to pay the roughly $3 million at $47 a man day, plus the fixed costs that are inherent in just the facility itself. You will pay for hardened costs within that structure. Yeah, go ahead.
And just to explain it maybe in a different matter, if we were operating a hotel, there's expenses for a hotel that are everyday expenses that have to happen to run that hotel. And that hotel has to sell X amount of beds every night in order to break even. That break-even point for us is roughly 380. We're operating at 480, yesterday 488, and we have been throughout the whole year. That's why we're saying that there is, in that account, excess funds. So every bed above, and if this was a hotel with the same amount of beds, and at 380, we're just breaking even. But we're not, the purpose of a hotel is to sell out every night. And we're close to selling out almost every night. And so those funds come back into an account which has a balance on it, a positive balance, correct? Fund balance for the jail,
With the taxpayer deposit, yes.
but from the excess bed cells, where does, so this year, if things ride out just as we predict that they may, we're going to be at 3.3 million over the estimated 5.3. So if that's the case, where does that 3.3 million go at the end of the budget if it's not used?
It goes back to the general fund,
Which general fund, the jail general fund or the actual general fund?
the Fund 100, everything in.
So proceeds from the jail can be used for other things other than,
They're not proceeds from the jail. They are,
well, revenue from the jail can be, they are revenue,
yes.
says it here.
But $4.3 million in this year, $4.3 million of taxpayer funds were deposited into the jail to allow it to operate.
Which is less than what was budgeted for. So it did save the jail, it did save the taxpayers' money in that just last year, there was 700,000 that didn't, when we met, it was 3.7 and only 3 million was spent. So there was 700,000 that wasn't spent.
No, that's not the way it was.
That's the way Karen explained it.
It was last year, in 2024, the last closed year that we had at the time.
Sure.
There was $637,000 in the account.
Okay.
And that was, at the beginning of the year, the taxpayers put out $3.7 million into that account so the jail could begin its operations on October 1st.
Okay.
So there was a negative $2.4 million operational.
But that's to
cost.
run the entire, the county has an obligation to house, close, yeah, has an obligation to meet that minimum requirement. If we did not sell anything, so we have 170 inmates of our own today. If we didn't do anything other than that, this would be a very losing venture for this county. And the purpose for getting that excessive bed jail was to supplement, which is exactly what we're doing, is we're supplementing the requirement of the taxpayers to not have to pay into as much as they would normally. And if we just, even if we just operated at the 380 that we're talking about and broke even, the money's going to be higher than what we're currently providing. Would you agree with that?
I don't know, because the alternative for the resource, I mean, is to, if you took this same resource and contracted it to Core Civic or to GEO,
Sure.
We wouldn't have any of the cost. The taxpayers wouldn't be providing any of the money into the system, and they would be getting a check. They would cover all, just like Valverde, just like.
That's what LaSalle was doing whenever they went bankrupt for this jail.
Yeah, and so but that was with the weight of the bonds. Now the bonds are on the taxpayer. But again, I hear what you're saying about your operational cost, but when you fully burden this number.
Sure.
With the debt service, okay, with the other tax note cost and other things that go into the fully burdened number.
Which was a decision of a court before you, but that's not a negative on what the direction we're moving.
But if you're trying to calculate cost, for the last 3 years, the jail has had negative $2.2 million.
Are you subtracting what is required of the county to operate that jail in order to do that? Because that's going to be your true number.
The bed days.
Yeah. If you subtract that number, what you're obligated to do versus what the excessive bed cells cause, the revenue that causes. I know you don't like to use revenue, but what that causes a plus number. And if you actually use the number that's missing in here is the actual number to operate this jail this year, and it changes every year, and we could never tie down a number on what that was going to be in the meetings that, not you and I, but the meetings that I've had previously. We could never tie down a number to say, what does it cost us to operate this jail? Well, we can check every previous year, But it's not losing the county has an obligation, and I'm saying that obligation is, once you subtract that obligation, the jail's operating in the black, not in the red.
Okay. I think we'll have to disagree because the issue is, this is only the operational cost. This is
Yeah.
not the cost of ownership of the jail.
Well, let me ask you that. If there is $3 million, and you're saying it's going back into the general fund, that the county's going to spend that money on whatever, it's very difficult to run this jail. I mean, there's chains coming in and out of there every day. These guys work so hard. Why don't we say, I mean, the money's going to go back into the county anyway. Why don't we put that money back into the jail? I mean, it's going to be spent by the county anyway on other things.
But
As hard as
it is going in the jail.
No, it's not.
Are you talking about the additional money that the taxpayers provided? Or which money are we talking?
You keep going back to that. There's going to be there's $3 million. Okay, there's an estimation we're going to make this much money. We've made $3 million more than that. And you're saying that goes back into the general, right?
Only the part that the only part that comes back into the general. I mean, like in this 26, we're still going to deposit $2.5 million of taxpayer funds into the jail.
If we didn't make a penny, we're still going to have to do that. It'll save taxpayers money by putting that back into the jail.
But we are putting $2.5 million into the jail.
You just keep going back to that.
I guess I'm really trying to understand. I'll just be quiet.
If we didn't make a dime, how much would the taxpayers put into the jail?
If you're saying if you ran off of these operational costs?
So you're saying we're putting $2.5 million, taxpayers are putting $2.5 million into the jail.
To begin the year, in our current fiscal year, it was 4.34837. That was what was transferred from the general fund into the jail fund, 290, I think it is. Is that, might have that wrong. And so the taxpayers took general fund and put it in there, and that's what you're operating starting at the beginning of the year. So you pay all your salaries. If insurance bill, I keep saying insurance, medical bill, you have, I think, monthly payments you have to make on that. All the operational costs.
So there's absolutely no incentive for us to run at 500. I mean, we might as well run it at the 350 and just break even. Be a lot easier on our people, be a lot safer. So, that's probably what we're going to do.
So if the county paid for our own inmates, I think that's the difference here, right?
That's the number that you need, is what's the actual operating cost of the jail, so that the commissioners and the full commissioners court understands what that total number is versus what is being paid. Had we just done the 5.3, that's what we're saying. We're 3.3 over that. The other figure that's not even included in this is roughly another $300,000 in commissary money that taxpayer money doesn't pay. That the county hasn't bought the jail a vehicle in 3 years. We do all of the upfitting, all the graphics. We've bought many things out of the commissary funds that this county hasn't had to be responsible for because we pay for it out of commissary funds. And so
So if y'all scaled back down the jail, as mentioned, the cost to the taxpayers would go up.
absolutely,
Yeah.
100%.
Well, that's what if
Not
we're
a doubt.
looking just at those 64,000 man days, times your $47.
Times that, no, that's 47 because you're getting the discount because
How much would it be?
If we didn't outsource, you'd probably look at a true number of $75.
So basically almost double.
Yes.
Because right now you'd be at a little over $3 million
That's correct.
at 47.
And if you double that, so you're up at $6 million just to operate the jail.
And right now, how much are we, say 2024, we put in 3.7 million as a county.
In 2024 is 3.7 million of taxpayer funds were deposited.
So if we didn't have that, we would be at,
But only
Six-
3
7
million
million.
of it was used.
sir?
According to the report, 3.7 was what was allocated on budget, but that's not what was transferred. 3 million was transferred, 3,071,000. So 3.7 was set aside, but what was actually put in is according to this report that was put out, it was $3,071,000. Just like this year, you're saying 4.3 was deposited, but according to the report y'all have in front of you, only $1 million has been deposited from general funds into 100. Am I looking at that correctly?
I guess the way I'm looking at it,
So $4 million
by
set
getting that
aside
many
if
people,
needed.
we're ultimately, we're saving money.
By outsourcing, yes, we're cutting our costs in half. If we don't, we reduce it, then the taxpayers are gonna be paying double what we are. I mean, we're budgeting less than like Lampasas, which only runs like a 100-bed facility. You know, Llano's creeping up on us, so.
Now, when we do a roof replacement, are those chillers, are those attorney rooms, does that come back out of or is that part of this 3 million we allocated?
That was budgeted into last year's funds. That was part of our budget.
So that was part of that
Yes,
$3
sir.
million?
Yes, sir.
Those are tax note dollars. Those are all tax notes. So that's what I was trying to explain is, while these are the operational costs of beds coming in, insurance, it's what it takes to keep the sufficient number. What's not on here is the debt service, the tax note, the additional cost. Now, and then what's not also on here on the negative side is there's no depreciation for there's a tax additional capital costs that are part of the jail built in, because it's a county jail.
Which is a burden for the county, not, yep.
It's a county jail, but then there's also the wear and tear and use of the facility that we don't normally attribute directly into these costs. If you were doing your taxes on a business and you had a facility like this, you'd be identifying that you have a 20-year depreciation scheme. We're not a business. We're government, so we don't take those costs. But they are real. Wear and tear is real cost, and so everything that's on the floor and everything that's on the wall is going to be wearing out. So.
And on what was in on the notes, I believe you also included the 4 pages for each of the years that were included. And this year's, the 4th page shows, doesn't even have Bear County, which is our largest resource. It has 0 payments from Bear County on it. It's got, doesn't have the city of Burnett, doesn't have Granite Shoals, doesn't have Cottonwood Shores, doesn't have, surely we've had some deposits from those entities this is taken on 7/31 of 25. Where would those funds be? Last year, and that's part-time. Last year alone, just for part of the year for Bear County was $1,033,631.14. And this year to date, out of 10 months, we've got 0 income from Bear County.
And that's on page 3 you're looking at?
I don't know how they were paged. I can tell you it's
Yeah, it says page 3.
page 3 of 9, but it's as at the top corner it says 7/31 of 25.
It's the last page. So the second to last page is as of 24, and the
Right.
last page is as of 25.
Yeah, the top number changes for every year except for the last one, which is today, 7/31 of 25, showing that there's only been 600, less than $1 million brought in. And as of this morning, Bear County has 3.2 million brought in. So those are very skewed numbers, if that's what you're wanting us to go by.
Hi, Carrie Crownover, County Treasurer. Just want to chime in on that one. We implemented a new accounts receivable process beginning this fiscal year. So we receipt now not to a due from, but to an accounts receivable of local housing and non-local housing, which are not included in this paper. So that's why it's not there.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, oh, go ahead.
Kelly Glazer, interim Burnett County Auditor. On that, you're looking at a due from, which is a receivable. At year end, Bear County in '24 owed us $1 million because they hadn't paid cash. When those are zero, it's because we don't have a receivable at the moment. So in your revenues, you don't see that broken out, but you do have Bear County and all of those receivable revenues in there. We just don't have a receivable at the day I ran that report. So just for y'all to understand that that report has receivables.
But it can't reflect it until it's been paid, is that what you're saying? Or-
Yeah, and just because at year end.
But you went ahead and accounted for it. in
It's
the
accounted for down in the
calculation.
revenues.
Right, okay.
It's just not in the accounts
All right,
receivable.
good. All right, so that makes sense. Thank you.
Yep, and it was brought up that the numbers obviously are not going to be correct for this year because we've only done 10 months, and it's not a reflective example of what this year looks like.
So at the end of the day, can I simply say, and let's see if we can agree on this. The way you operate the jail saves Burnett County taxpayers money. Yes or no?
Yes.
Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
I think it's more complicated than that. When you fully burden the cost, when you fully burden all the money that the taxpayers put in above and beyond the operational cost, I would have to say we're close to break even. I'd have to do a little bit more analysis.
Let me ask a different question then. If we only operated at break even, would the citizens of Burnett County have to pay more or less than what they would currently, if we were selling beds above break even?
If you were only operating at break even, I'd hope the Commissioners Court would reach out to a private company and lease the jail out so we would get direct payments without all the operational costs. So, but
back to the point, we tried that and it failed.
now that was a company it was an investment company that owned both the bonds and they went broke, not just with that, but with their entire operation. And we got a fire sale on a great facility, and I think what's the operation of the profit, but I want to get back to what Sheriff was. Huh?
Answer the question.
Well,
You didn't answer the question. If we didn't farm out all those beds, would Burnett County citizens be paying more money for the jail?
At the
Or
lowest,
would-
if we just did our 110 or 120 or whatever.
Even if we did the 360 and broke even.
Okay. I don't know.
There's
I'd
$3
have to-
million, there's $3 million more dollars that we're bringing in, so obviously they're not paying $3 million.
But I'd rather get to your statement a minute
You're still
ago.
not answering the question.
I don't know. I'd have to do the math because when you fully burden the cost,
That's a pretty simple question.
no, it's
There's
not.
$3 million coming in that wouldn't be coming in.
The question is, would they pay more money? Is that what you're asking? Yes, they would pay more money.
Are we saving Burnett County citizens money by bringing in $3 million extra dollars?
It's a false argument. The problem is, what,
Mr. Kimber, that 64,000, that was for just our Burnett County. Yes. For our inmates.
so Sheriff, if you would indulge me just a minute. So just you just made a statement a few minutes ago about the incentive. So I think the cost analysis is actually more complicated than a simple answer you're asking me to do right now in public, right at this second, because I've done a lot of analysis, but the fundamental question that I'd like you to tell me in the Commissioners Court is since this is you're an elected sheriff and you're subject to the taxpayers like everybody else in this room, what kind of incentive do you conceive would be the incentive that you're looking for? Because we're in this budget we're going to be talking about later, we're fully funding the jail at a reasonable controlled growth level.
Right. Well, my point was that these people work really hard.
I agree.
And so if that money was coming back and we could buy cars with it and things for the jail with it and things that benefited the jail.
They could actually take their time off, their holiday
That's
time,
still,
their vacation time.
that's still, I mean, the citizens still aren't having to pay that. I mean, it works either way. I'm just saying, it just goes back into the general. And even when we talked about it before, why don't that money go to pay down the debt? you know? It just goes back in the general and spend it again, you know? If we make 3 million extra, pay down the debt with the 3 million. I mean, I know we're not all as smart as you, but,
That hurts.
I mean, that seemed like a pretty simple question. But,
I guess it boils down to, if we got a good deal, according to Mr. Kimmerer, we would spend $4 million if we just housed just our people.
Yes, sir.
That's at 65 days.
Roughly, and I mean-
$65, it's,
Right, and we're
Per mandate.
doing rough math, just
yeah.
based on what we know from today's figures that Captain Kimbler figured out, that those numbers, because of the discounts that we get for having more inmates in the jail than what that, it's a trickle-down effect. In other words, what I mentioned about, we've had the discussion about holiday time. We've had the discussion about vacation time and the staffing out there not being able to take it and losing it whenever they leave the jail. They would, if we went down to those numbers, we would be able to start having a relief factor that makes sense. That's the other thing that we've discussed, that we have remained at the same relief factor, which pushes those jailers and the staffing at the jail to continue to work at the level that they are. Lesser numbers would make that relief factor more realistic, and then be able to allow them to take the time off that they need to. And the overtime would go down, the vacation and the holiday time would be used as well. So anyway.
So I guess the argument is to take that surplus and don't put it in the general fund, put it back in the jail fund. Is that what is that kind of the gist of it? You know, instead of spending $4 million, we're spending $2 million roughly, because we're housing those extra inmates.
Sure, I mean,
So we're
again,
saving
still working on the factor that there's a known number, there should be a known number for operating your jail on a daily basis on what it costs us to run the jail this year.
But then also
We're talking over and above that. So if we're talking $6 million and we put in $2 million from taxpayer money at the end of the year, but 3.3 million goes back into the general fund, it's just moving money
But then if we take
around.
off the upkeep of the building, the roof, the rooms, the debt service, then we're back. You know, how much are we?
The reason I can't answer the sheriff's question, if you want to know, is if the sheriff decided we were going to do 170 people in this bed, half of these correction officers and all the costs associated
Gonna
would
go down.
disappear.
Yeah.
The food service cost, half or more would disappear. And that's why I can't calculate what he's asking me to calculate if he lowered the thing, because if we just did our own inmates, you'd still have the debt service cost, you'd still have the facility cost, like what we're doing with the chillers.
But he also said the 380. If we just went down to the 380, the break
I
even,
understand, but I'm just
we're
saying,
still going to.
whenever you change that number, you can go back and renegotiate with your food provider, you renegotiate with your health provider, all of those factors change, because if you decide to run a much smaller operation, then you should drop many of your costs. What you won't drop is your taxpayer funded portion, because we do have an obligation.
And dropping those numbers, then, we're already operating lower than Lampasas operates, which is a much smaller jail. That's, an argument on the other direction of that is not necessarily. You get some discounts whenever you have large numbers, and Lampasas and Llano are not comparable to anywhere close to what we house at our jail.
I don't think I mentioned those.
Captain Kimbler did.
I see. Okay, this is, thank you. Kelly, can you just walk through this? Let's just, one time with 25. Can you just walk through the table on 25, just to make sure we're on the same page? Because you put the table together. So, okay. Well, the one point, or if I could just stay with 7, if 2014 is $7 million was earned income that jails and other jurisdictions paid in, federal government, state, local governments paid into Burnett County. Is that right? The $7,074,000 revenue.
I was gonna say, I see for 20, yeah. the
24,
seven-
7 million.
7 million, that was the revenues.
And the physical operation of the jail, the cost of what we would be budgeting in Fund 290 was $9.4 million.
Right.
Almost 9.5.
Right.
Okay, and so that was a negative 2.4, and I don't know the bed days. Captain Kimbler might know the bed days for 2024. I said 2004, so I meant 2024. So right there, if just say it was the 64,000 bed days, you would have a cost savings overall to Burnett County of $600,000. That's $3 million is what 64,000 at the rate that Captain Kimbler provided. $47 times 64,000 bed days is about $3 million. Just take my word for it. I think Commissioner Collier and I have already calculated it. So that's $3 million. So in the next line, the transfer in from Fund 100, that was the taxpayer money that was deposited into that account. Is that right?
Right.
Okay, for 24. And then the revenue balance per reports, that's that $10,145,000. That is the taxpayer funds of $3 million plus the $7 million that's at the top of the page. Is that right?
Right, because we're required to zero the accounts out because you can't have a negative balance.
Got it.
And so you transfer money from Fund 1 to the jail.
Okay. And so, but that $3 million was given at the beginning of the year to make sure the jail can operate. Isn't that right?
It's in the budget.
Okay.
And then I transfer it each month.
Oh, I see.
As the expenditures come in and it's below the revenue, then I transfer the money.
Okay.
And at year end, there was $3 million transferred.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
And then I would like to add, in '26, we have $3 million in the budget for covering the jail for '26.
And so, anyway, when we get to that 3.7, the fund to cover jail expenses, that's
the amount that was budgeted in the 24 budget book.
Okay.
And the excess that was in that number was 600,000.
Okay.
This year is quite a bit more because if you look at 25, the budget book put $4.3 million there, which gave them an extra $1 million.
Okay.
And they didn't need the 600,000 from 24.
Okay. All right. And does the fund, do we move that money back into general fund? Did I state that correctly, or did I misstate that?
Because it never moved in the first place, unless there's expenditures to offset it, the transfer doesn't happen. So it is sitting in general fund, and then at the end of the year, it's still sitting in general fund if it has not been moved. And that 637,000 was sitting in Fund 1 because there was no expenses to offset it.
Okay.
So it stays in Fund 1.
All right.
And you could look at it as that 600,000 in the fund balance goes to the 4.3 that was put in 25's budget.
Okay. All right. All right. Does that help at all?
Yes,
Okay.
for me it does.
So at the end of the day, this is just mainly a discussion. I don't know that we need to do anything. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate it. Any other? So I don't know, other than this narrative that there's all this money sitting in there when it's really not sitting there. The sheriff is doing a great job. Captain Kimbler and Chief Trevino are doing a great job managing these resources. I would like to, when we look at the budget, maybe what we should do is look at some of the things that the sheriff is trying to, about what incentives that we can build into it. But at the same time, we have to recognize this is a government process, and we want to manage the resources to the benefit of our of our taxpayers. That's the most important thing. Yes, ma'am?
There was a jail operations committee that met when this all, remember? When we had the insurance premium that came along, we had some bed adjusting that had to be done because we had to pay a big insurance premium. So this has already been visited, all of the, going private, the number of beds, and it's been voted on by the court that the jail operations committee presented to the court, and the court proceeded with what you're seeing now. Additionally,
Go ahead and state your name.
I'm sorry, Patty Cope, I'm gonna say I'm in the jail operations committee because I am, it hasn't met in a while.
I didn't understand.
Patty, I'm on the
No.
jail,
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
What you said after you said your name.
jail operations committee.
Okay.
The current budget policy that was adopted by this court takes 50% of the excess revenue for beds and dedicates that to jail infrastructure and maintenance. And it takes the other 50% and allocates that, actually, I think the word we used was reserved or restricted. Can't be restricted, it was reserved, for sheriff's office vehicles. It was adopted by this court, and that's the current budget policy. So I just wanted to make sure that that's clear.
So, it's an interesting thought. Okay. Are there, so part of this agenda item is to, is there any other public comment? This was departments, the jail, the sheriff, other, the road and bridge. Is there anything else we need to examine about the road and bridge in 2025 budget before we get into the discussion?
Can I ask a question, Mr. Lyon?
Yes, sir. Come forward, please.
This may not be the right time or not. So I can help understand, and maybe she can help me also. So going back to the budget on the deal for Silverton and 24, there was $3.7 million that was allocated in budget for us to use. We only transferred in 3, right? So that gave us the difference of the 600. So there's that 600,000. But as you stated, you take the revenues plus what the jail, or plus what the county put in, and that came to that $10,145,000. But the expenses were only $948,000. Where does that other $600-something thousand show up?
You mean the 637?
But that's the savings from what you didn't transfer in. So there's $600-something thousand that you didn't transfer in, so it's sitting here. You transferred in $3 million, so now with this and this, you got $10 million, but then it was only 9.8, so you have another $600,000. Where did that go?
If I may, the way I see it is, we basically saved, or the jail did, y'all did, you saved your taxpayers $637,000.
From taxpayer money.
Yes.
But when they added, and I guess I can give you all this if you want a copy of this, if I can show you, maybe this will be a little easier. So this is what I'm showing here. So 7 million, and then the 3 million gave us the 10. So you have 10 million here, minus the 9 million that we spent. That's different than the 637 that's still here. So then there's a difference of 655. So total is 1.2 million, or am I?
Show it to the auditor, yes.
It's in here, 7 million and the 3 million put in. So that's what it comes in next year, so it doesn't.
So I think the main point, we're going to go ahead and move on, Matt, sorry. I think the main point, is there anything else that we need to discuss about how 25 is organized that get ready to go into the new budget. Is there anything else on road and bridge in the way?
Is this where we would talk about the calculation? Or is that in the next,
The calculation of what?
the disbursement of road and bridge funds?
Oh, no, it'd be the next session. This is just really about identifying areas where the information needs to be addressed. I think that, for me, the one thing as I was pouring through the budget, what I tried to do is stop or reduce, and I think we got rid of 2 accounts where money was being transferred for no apparent reason to establish a cost center. So an example is the district attorney is here, and he has a 4-county jurisdiction that we only pay for part of it. So we have a special fund for him in the general budget, but there's also some additional funds that he has to manage on his own. And so the public defender's office is largely funded by grants. And so, but there were several accounts, at least 2 or 3, that I found that were just money being put aside. And whenever that happens in budgeting, if there's no good reason to establish a cost center, then I've tried to remove it from our future budget. So that's probably as far as the other things that are in this thing is wherever there was just this strange little reserve account or something, I've tried to get rid of that. If we're going to budget, then let's budget in the actual budget and not obfuscate the budget to other places. So.
Can we go back to the jail?
Sure.
Just one question. I hate to keep beating a dead horse, but in 2025, we're on pace to save the taxpayers $3.3 million. According to this.
We're not through with the year, but we do have a large payment going into the jail. Is that what that 4.3 is?
3.3.
No, I'm talking about right above it.
Oh, because we kind of rocked along there at $500,637, and now all of a sudden we're going to jump up to, in 2025, we're at 3.3.
And if you look at the jail reserve in the general fund, it jumped up 4.2 from 3.7.
All right, because we allocated our budget at 4.3, and we've only used
And-
1 million so far this year.
Well, and that's because this year, the jail has done an outstanding job of getting inmates from out of county. However, if they cut that back, then that number, will use more of what is in the reserve for 26. And the 26 budget has 3.6 in that transfer, reserved for covering jail operations.
And I guess, so that's the number there, and I don't want to speak out of turn, that's kind of the number y'all are looking at is, hey, we could use a new car, or instead of it going, So I guess ultimately we could go back and just say, all right, you need a new car.
Or that's what we're going
In
to
the
talk
next
about.
budget session, in this, so that's where that's coming from.
Right.
All right.
That it? Okay.
Thank you.
Now I think I'm done with the jail. We can have that.
Okay. All right. I don't think that we need a motion. Does anybody want to make a motion? Okay. Close agenda item number 15. I open up agenda item number 16. Discuss, consider, and take appropriate action regarding the Burnett County elected officials for the FY26 budget, pay raises requested by elected officials, and pay increase for elected officials not previously voted on in the 2026 budget. Is there any public comment on this issue? Okay, I close public comment. Commissioners, there are 4 elected positions that requested a pay raise this year in our budget submission packets. The precinct constables, there's 4 of them. You have to decide how you want to respond to these requests. And then all other elected officials either have not specifically requested a pay raise or actions and were already determined in a previous meeting. So for instance, the county court at law and the county attorney were previously dealt with in a at a special session related to the courts. On the remaining elected countywide and precinct office holders, you need to decide what you want to do regarding the increase in elected official salary for 2026. The auditor must issue the grievance committee notification letters later today or tomorrow. So, on agenda item number 16.
Judge, we had you'd asked for public comment. Are we ready to start?
Yeah, I already asked for public comment and closed public comment. So.
Okay. Historically, we've worked off the CPI, Consumer Price Index. According to the documents that I've been able to find, the Consumer Price Index rate for 2025 varies. Projections generally range from 2.6 to 3.4. The most recent data indicates that the CPI for June rose to 2.7% over the last 12 months. The Bureau of Labor Statistics let numbers out today at 8:30 this morning, Eastern Time. And they state that the Consumer Price Index rose 0.2% in July, keeping the annual inflation rate at 2.7%. I would make a motion that all elected officials live within the CPI and that, except for any of the pay increases that we've done for elected officials previously, that we've already voted on, that all elected officials receive a 2.7% increase in salary based upon the CPI.
And just to be clear, this is discuss, consider, and take appropriate action regarding Burnett County elected officials for the FY26 proposed budget. Item B, pay increase for elected officials not previously voted on by the 26 budget. I've already called for public comment. Is there a second to Commissioner Dockery's motion under section B?
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded that we provide a 2.7% increase for elected officials not previously authorized under previous meetings, which is basically excluding the county attorney and the county court at law judge. Is there any discussion?
Just to clarify that, just to make sure, we've only previously voted on the statute, the state statute ones.
Well,
correct?
those are not salaries; those were stipends.
I understand.
Okay, so those don't count in our salary setting.
But
so,
we haven't voted on
but we
any
voted
other
on
local.
county court at law. We've set that. We agreed to set it at what the statute requires, which is $1,000 less than a district judge, and that's exactly in Chapter 25 of the of the government code. And then on the county attorney, we voted to set that at 166 to maintain some level of parity with his office and the other judges. Now, the district judge, the district attorneys are state officials, and they are not part of our salary scheme. So, and this would not apply to them in any capacity.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, it's been moved and seconded that under item B, that we, 16B, that we raise the pay for elected officials by 2.7% in accordance with the CPI. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion passes. Okay, going back to A, does anybody want to take on the page in your book, the requested pay increases for the constables?
I thought I just did that.
You did the constables were not, I mean, the constables get a 2.7% increase, but
Yeah, that's what that was my intent.
Okay, then there will be no action on A. I call agenda item number 17, discuss, consider, and take appropriate action regarding a request from offices and departments for reclassification of positions within Burnett County step and grade policy for FY26 proposed budget. Is there any public comment on this agenda item? So I'm closing public comment. Commissioners, I placed $50,000 for your consideration in the FY26 budget under Fund 100 non-departmental salaries and wages to be available to evaluate the request for reclassifications sometime during the next fiscal year. That would be based, those reclassifications would be based on professional standards of job independence, job complexity, and the supervision of employees. If we pass on this issue today, and if we move to adopt the proposed FY26 budget, then there is an opportunity in FY26 for some of these positions to be reclassified after a thorough evaluation of their job duties and their responsibilities. My recommendation is to just pass on this issue today. There's quite a few reclasses, but job audits have not been performed, evaluations by professional standards, so I would ask that you can at least consider not doing any reclassifications in this budget so we can cut the 3% tax and adopt a budget that's fiscally sound. I'm not saying these people don't deserve, that none of these people don't deserve that, but we just really need to evaluate this carefully.
And that request is $117,610, and you're allocating $50 for future evaluations.
Correct.
Reclass, okay.
Is there any elected officials that wants to speak to the reclassification?
Listen to Stafford County Clerk. If you'll pass on this, but then there are some positions in the proposed budget that are reclassed, will that wipe out those and bring them back down?
Well, if we pass on this, I don't know that we're going to go through the budget next to see if there were any. There shouldn't be any automatic reclasses that I know of, so that's what we'll be looking over.
Okay. I just saw there was some that were reclassed. Their amount is a reclass amount, but they're also on that list. So if,
Okay, well, that
I
might have been
just
an oversight.
want to make sure if y'all wipe that out.
I'm not elected, Kelly, interim auditor. I had 4 things that I found last night, and one of them was where the county auditor's position was left at its current rate, and then the district clerk and the county clerk, I had the reclass in there, and I'm requesting to back it out. So, because all the reclasses were supposed to be removed out of the budget.
Okay.
So it was a mistake. I have 4 mistakes that I know of. And what I would like is if y'all do decide to make any changes, I would like the line item, the amount that is in this document, and then the corrected amount, and then I'll put the increase or decrease. And that way, while we go through the budget, we'll be able to adjust it according to what will be on the proposed budget, if that's possible.
Okay.
The one I was referring to wasn't either of those. It's actually the magistrate position, the chief magistrate. In there is a reclass, and in the budget is the reclass amount. So that's the one I was, I just wanted to make sure if you're intending on the magistrate to be reclassed and you're going to vote against the reclass, is that going to cause an issue? That's the one reclass in the proposed budget that I saw.
We'll have to fix it in the budget.
Perfect.
So, okay. Chief?
And I'm going to be referring to the same document. A couple of other corrections would be on BCSO investigator. It has group 118. Step 3 should be group 116. That is an investigator level, and the request is to go to a group 118. So the 118, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines from the bottom, if that helps. It's this document.
I think I've got it. Yeah, good.
And then also the math is wrong on The corporal fours, the four corporal positions, the list has 274,000. It should be $275,096. If you take the 68,774 times 4. That makes sense? Okay, thanks.
Sorry. Tamara Tenney, County Magistrate. I just noticed on my proposed budget, yes, both of Chief Magistrate, reclass, but also I have a line item for County Clerk in there for some reason, and then I have my Magistrate Clerk, so I just wanted to bring that up. I'm not sure what that's about, unless you want to pay for part of mine. Okay.
Okay. And we'll get to the budget in just a minute.
So we'll talk about that in a minute. Okay.
Perry Thomas, District Attorney. This regard is in regard to reclassifications. There's a position on here that has to be reclassified, and I don't want to oppose that. It deals with the county attorney's office. But I think based on past discussions of this court, from what I understand from my predecessor and the folks in our office, there's been some debate about felony versus misdemeanor prosecutors and the pay structure that should exist for those two positions. And so if the court is inclined to reclassify the first assistant county attorney, then I would like to maybe submit to this court a request for additional funding for the first assistant's position for the district attorney's office, to keep that a little more in line with what the position of this court in years past has been. So I have not submitted that, but if the court is considering doing that for the first assistant, I think she deserves it. I too would ask this court for an adjustment to the first assistant's salary in the district attorney's office. So, and I don't know how the court would want me to handle that. If it's moved to submit an amended request to the budget, just what.
Thank you. You have my recommendation. You can take whatever action you want, Commissioners. Just pass on. Shall we pass on this by general consent? No objection? Okay. Pass on the agenda item. I call agenda item number 18, discuss, consider, and take appropriate action regarding the new positions requested by offices and departments for the FY26 budget, Public Information Manager, CIT Deputy, and any other new requested positions. Is there any public comment on this issue? Okay, seeing a closed public comment, are there any elected officials that want to speak to this issue?
Perry Thomas, District Attorney. I do want to just remind the court that in the two positions that I've requested, to remind this court that Burnett County would be responsible for just 56.66% of the cost of those two new positions. The other three counties in my district would bear the cost accordingly for the balance of that amount. So I just want to clarify on this worksheet that was posted to the agenda that this county would be responsible for 56% of that position.
Did you see them? Oh, there, okay. And we've already voted on those, so they probably shouldn't have been on here. I apologize for that. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Casey Walker, District Clerk. I just had a question about the Public Information Manager. Are y'all going to explain what that is and what offices that covers and all that?
Sure. At some point, right now, we're just budgeting for that position. It hasn't been written yet or whatever. It's just something for the Commissioners Court to be able to manage records better overall. So
there's no like, job description on what that would cover? And
Not yet. There is, it'll handle public information requests. It'll handle the management, trying to put, I've mentioned it several times in court over the last several months where the commissioners need assistance to manage, have more of our records, county records out into the public. And then also, we don't currently do records management as far as record retention, overall records management.
so this would just be for commissioners?
It would be
not-
for the county, but they would be working in the commissioner's court. Now, at some point, if we have a standardized PIO and any elected official who wants to sign up to have the PIO be responsible, they could do that. So now, there's some special provisions for clerks that would,
Yeah,
nobody
that's
could do the record, your records, but
Sure.
you could still say if somebody wants your personal emails or your emails or how your administrative records, then that PIO could handle that for you if you so choose.
Okay.
But as elected officials, the Commissioners Court cannot require an elected official to.
Sure.
To elect, they can't make that person or the Commissioners Court be responsible. We could streamline that process for PIO, public information request, and get it out. It could come to one place. It could be provided to you by a person.
And so who is doing the public information requests right now? Who's handling those
Each
right now?
Yeah, so if we get a request, every elected official that gets the email has to.
I meant for
independently-
Commissioners Court, I apologize.
We don't have one for Commissioners Court. Every commissioner who receives the email has to
Gets-
respond independently.
Okay, all right,
So-
thank you.
Scott Davis, Constable Precinct 3. I just noticed on this attachment, there's something that's way overstated on the request for deputy constable. The amount is way overstated on what we were requesting is all. I don't know if that's an error.
What were you requesting?
Equivalent to a deputy sheriff, so that's way off. I just noticed that.
So an entry-level deputy is $29.63. That's what I noticed. This is closer to a lieutenant in the.
Yeah.
$29,063.
Per hour is what I was saying.
Is that times 2 or?
Can I
we
ask
just
what
need
line
one?
item?
Okay, we're,
We'll get in the budget, I guess, but this is, yeah.
okay.
That's not what was requested, I just noticed it. It's, hourly is not.
What was the request? Okay.
And Alan Trevino, Chief Deputy, just for clarification, so y'all went from 17 to 18, and my question's similar to the clerk's question. Some of the positions that were on the reclassifications that the sheriff's office asked for are on the reclassifications on this sheet, and others are in the budget. And the example I'll use is we asked for the corporal positions in patrol, but we also asked for a corporal position in courts, and the patrols is on this form, but the courts corporal is not, and the courts corporal is in the proposed budget that was posted.
We'll look at that in a minute.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So on,
So we might have to tackle these in the budget?
we
When we get to
could,
that?
yeah, we could. I would, I think from my perspective, I would rather you go ahead and approve these two, the public information manager and the CIT director. The CIT director, deputy, excuse me, CIT deputy. I've had several police departments reach out to me over the last several months about how important this program is to the county as a whole. You've heard Chief Trevino present on this in the past. about how critical this position is to, not only to the sheriff's office, but to other departments. And so I think we really should go ahead, even if we're going to take on some of these others that might have been a mistake or an error. These two, I think we should go ahead and clear out. So it would be my recommendation, but we can do whatever you want. So.
Which two are those?
The
CIT and
the
what?
Public Information Manager for the county and the CIT Deputy. And by the way, I did meet with Bluebonnet Trails Community Service, the people that used to fund this CIT position, and they said that it was only cut because the legislature cut their funding, and they had to make choices, and they were tough choices, but they really believed that this position was a very, very valuable position to continue. So.
Do we have a pay scale for that PI manager? I mean, where would they rank on
I
it?
don't remember, Shirley, did we assign it? I think what I budgeted is a young attorney, or I was looking at the lower end of the county and district attorneys pool. So.
I have a follow-up question on that. So that position would be for an attorney to do that manager position?
Again, I haven't fully fleshed it out because the commissioners and I have been getting just dozens and dozens of public information requests that we handle constantly, and so we're just trying to figure out a way to have a very
Streamline
sound
it.
person
Sure.
to manage the whole county. Because we also have, they're also going to lots of other department heads as well. So and right now, each person has to manage their own. So.
Gotcha. The attachment, and maybe it's just my phone, but the attachment's coming up blank on for that position, so I. Uh-huh. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Now, on the PIO,
PIR, I put it Public Information Manager because it's not just to do the PIR, it's also to do records retention. We don't have any kind of records retention. Clerk Stafford mentioned a while back about how important it is to take all of our policies once a year and adopt them so that we always know what our policies are. So it's a whole issue of all kinds. And then again, identifying records in the county and pushing them out as much as possible into the public space.
Vicente Stafford, County Clerk. So just so y'all are aware, many years ago, the court established that the county clerk, by statute, is the records management officer for all non-elected departments. That is their job, to come to the county clerk and ask the county clerk to guide them on managing their records. We do not guide anybody at this moment because nobody has ever come to the county clerk's office to manage. But you already have a records management officer that's set and turned into the library or the retention library in Austin as the county clerk. Whether or not anyone will, that's my question, kind of like Casey's. I would like to see who's going to use the records management manager, and what capacity and things like that. I mean, that's a pretty hefty sum. I know for sure I will opt out of using this person because if this person does not answer correctly for my office, I'm still liable. So even if I sign the paper, it still falls back to me. I will not be using this person. I don't know if Casey will, but I'd be curious to see who would use this person and at what capacity and how often. And I mean, I get over 100 to 150 requests for PIRs a year, at least. And my staff downstairs handles those every day. So I understand you guys get a lot too. I don't know if that's necessarily conducive to an attorney to answer those for y'all, but we are doing them on our behalf as elected officials because it's my job to do so.
we currently have a records manager for the sheriff's office, so we would also opt out, as we already have one. And ours is not an attorney. Ours is an individual, and she does two jobs. She does records retention, and she does evidence, which is what we're asking for there to be separation, because it's way too involved for both those two areas for her to cover both. And that's the this position is not on. Oh, yeah, it is. It's the top one, second one from the, so I'd ask that be considered as well, the case manager position. But anyway, from the records retention, we do our own daily. We've got a position that does that. And so the sheriff's office would also opt out.
She also do your PIRs?
Yes, yes, she does.
She takes care of all of them?
She takes care of everything from, including the jail. She does the jail, all of our, courts and patrol, and admin.
Do I have a motion?
So right now, you're looking for a motion to see which one of these we want to approve right now before we dive into the budget?
That's correct.
I'd move for approval of the CIT position and the PIR position.
Been moved by Commissioner Luther to approve the public information manager. If you don't mind going back to the language of the agenda item and the CIT debt. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Godfrey seconds. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes. Thank you, Commissioners. Okay, I now call agenda item number 19, discussing.
I'm gonna need some break.
Yeah, okay. Let's do a 10-minute break, or let's see, the time is now 11:22. Come back at 11:30, please.
not taking long. Nearly back up to 400 again already.
It is.
KVDI.
KVDI. I figured so, I could see in my yard.
Oh, yeah.
Where it was all green, and I noticed, I guess I finally just noticed it. I'm like, man, it dried out in a hurry.
Okay,
It's gonna be bad too with all that tall grass.
all right. The time is now 11:32. I call the meeting back to order. I call agenda item number 19, discuss, consider, and take appropriate action regarding the following for FY26 proposed budget: 100 general, 140 economic development, 150 law library, 160 Western Towers, 170 indigent healthcare, 180 restricted, 190 Burnett County Sheriff's Office, Chapter 59 equitable sharing, H 200 to 200, the library, 202, excuse me, library system, I 222 county clerk records, J 223 district clerk records, K 230 technology funds, L 270 county jail, M 290 grants, N 290 grant, Hunter, Texas Auto Theft Task Force, O 292 grant from the Office of the Governor, P 295 American Rescue Plan Act, Q 296 SB 22 Sheriff, R 297 SB 22 County Attorney, S 298 SB 22 District Attorney, T 299 TIDC Additional Mental Health Social Worker, U 300 R&B General, V 310 R&B Precinct 1, W 320 Road and Bridge Precinct 2, X 330 Road and Bridge Precinct 3, Y 340 Road and Bridge Precinct 4, Z 490 Flood Recovery, AA 501 Flood Recovery and Other Issues, BB 500 Courthouse Security, CC 505 Jail Commissary, DD 510 Blood Draw Program, EE 514 LEOSE Training, FF 600 Debt Service, GG 700 through 224 Tax Notes and Fund Capital, and HH 850 HRA. Is there any public comment on this agenda item and any of these items? This will be the only public comment available for these items.
Patty Cope. So I looked at this item last night, and there was nothing attached to it. Looked at it this morning, and the workbook was attached. And my question, I have a question and comments. Have the commissioners had more than a few hours to look at the workbook, the proposed workbook? Because it obviously contains critical data, $46.5 million or something like that. And it constitutes, in my opinion, a substantive change and requires an amended agenda. I think we're in violation of TOMA here. When the agenda's changed and it doesn't say it's an amended agenda and documents are added, I just think that's a complete open meetings violation. Today you're voting on a proposed budget. Have you had 72 hours to review the proposed budget? I haven't, as a member of the public. I had 1 hour before the meeting started, so I'm going to object to the TOMA violation. And let me find the rest of my comment here. I believe it risks being, your vote today risks being voidable if the workbook was added and you haven't had your 72 hours to look at it, in addition to the public not having 72 hours. We need to be prepared. We need to be able to come in and ask questions before you vote. And giving us 1 hour, even if we're in a state of emergency, the budget is not an emergency. So those are my objections, and I just want it on the record. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comment? Are there any elected officials that want to, I'll probably wait till you get to your section, so we'll just hold off on the elected officials. So, Commissioners, this is a proposed budget to send out the budget that we're considering. We're going to go through it and try to find any errors, and we will look at this budget, but this is the proposed budget. Right now, what's in your hand is the draft proposed budget, and if you adopt it today as the proposed budget, we'll have 2 weeks, the public will have 2 weeks, as well as elected officials and anybody else. We can still make changes into the proposed budget before we get to an adopted budget. So I have tried, I do want to say that many of the limiting factors that are related to how we put this budget together is based in our software system, that typically I would be doing much more analysis. I would be providing additional pie charts and things like that, but the system is limited on who can enter and who can modify and who can load information. So it raises some level of complexity, but I'm not willing to take on changing the software system that the counties use. And the state law does say that the budget needs to be posted out similarly to of how it's been done in the past. So I'm not trying to make any big changes, but I did add an executive summary to the front of the book that gives the overall high-level view. I'm sorry that every page does not have, or every single page does not have a page number, which we'll try to remedy before the final budget. But at the end of the day, trying to sustain core services, especially in transportation, infrastructure, public safety, maintenance, and mandated county programs. It's a prudent use of fund balances. We do need to use some of our fund balances. The workforce support we've done some across-the-board raises and some individual raises to bring them into statute. And then finally, some capital and infrastructure investments that I think are critical for Burnett County to move forward. So there's some auditor notes in accordance with Chapter 111 of the Local Government Code. The auditor has carefully reviewed this budget to some standards that the law requires, and I have confirmed and carefully checked over that each one of these items are met. So turning to the next page, we have the certification of the 25 appraisal roll, which I think we've seen many times already. It's a review of the budget calendar, and then we start into the current, as of June 25, our fund balances, the amount of money, which we just copied the treasurer's report from June 2025, which we just recently accepted. Have $78 million cash on hand. Of course, the different claims on cash. Sorry, I've closed public comment.
Okay, but do you have copies of this for your elected officials to review?
Then we move into debt service requirements. These are just stating the facts of our outstanding debt. It's $22,721,248. Okay. So we get to the next page and we have our estimated fund balances. This is just a projection. I want to be clear about that. We don't know how much money, but at this point, it looks like we'll increase our fund balance by $7.9 million, but people are still spending, and there's still a lot of road and bridge activity as well as county operations. So we don't know what that number is going to look like. Okay, now that we move into the proposed budget.
Just a question, Judge.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
On this outstanding debt chart that you distributed, it says as of September 30th, 2024, we haven't made any debt payments at all since September 30th,
Debt
2020.
payments, the chart is 22 million.
What's it?
The table that says, where'd it go? It says outstanding debt as of September 30th, 2024. Do we have the wrong sheet in there?
It's the right sheet, wrong date.
Okay. So the $22,721 and $21 and $248, it says outstanding debt as of September 30th, 2024. That should be 2025? That's your estimated after we make all the payments for this year?
Okay.
Thank you. That's why we're going through it. Okay. Do you need a, are you walking through it as well, and you've got that, Aaron? Okay. Okay, then we go to the proposed budget, and under current property taxes, you'll see under my proposed tax amount, which again, I didn't call it out at the beginning of on the front page of the book. I'm proposing about a 3% decrease in taxes, which would make the tax rate at 0.2445, but leaving road and bridge right around the same, and the debt service to be, well, actually the debt service would fall, but the 0.46 would actually slightly 1/100% increase over for road and bridge. So for a total tax rate of 0.3323, which is roughly about 2.85 or 2.95% below current tax values for taxable revenue. So then go back to these are all the funds we expect to collect in FY '26, starting with October 1st, and other revenues. And then starts off with the county judge.
So before we dive too much further.
Okay, sure.
Sorry.
That's fine.
I just want clarification. Is there any violations in the way this was posted to the agenda, or are we good to continue because of the language of the agenda?
That's for you, Randy. All we did was that we didn't amend the agenda. We simply added the document as soon as we had it available. So, I believe for a proposed budget. This is not the adopted budget. So this is the proposed budget for the public to have 2 full weeks to listen and think and provide input to their commissioners. So,
Okay. I'll take it. I just couldn't quit thinking about that.
that's fine. Thank you. All right, and then there's the commissioners, so the county judge's office, the commissioners' general fund office. The county clerk. Yes, absolutely. It's the best time.
Vicenta Stafford, County Clerk. A few of mine are just clerical issues, so if you look at page 3 where it starts with County Clerk, under my staff, I have, it looks like to be 4 chief deputies. So the first position, it says chief clerk, those need to say chief deputy and chief deputy, because I do have 2, and one of them is paid at 0.89%. My third line that says chief deputy, and there's 2 of them, those need to say assistant chief deputies.
Thank you.
And then in terms of my regular budget, the only...
One second. I just want to clarify, this is for Fund 100, 4030.
Correct.
1040.
40.
We're
Yes,
just trying to make sure that we're keeping up with that.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Thank you.
The only thing I see on here that I requested that I did not receive, and I saw it on a few others, so I think maybe it's just an oversight, was the cell phone. I had requested a cell phone, which I think would have fallen under other charges and services, or at least that's where the district clerk's is. It does not include that, which I had requested $500 for that. And I can come back when you get to county clerk, my code submit information.
Okay, hold on. What fund are you,
Under the district clerks that got added, it's under other charges and services. Y'all added a line for telephone, cell phone, and I don't have that added, but I did request a cell phone.
Does that fall under supplies or?
Well, under hers is it's on the next page, page 4, subcategory 400, other charges and services. That's where hers was placed. If you go to her page, you'll see it.
is that, okay,
Does that make sense?
yes.
Okay.
Judge, do you want to tackle these as we hear about them, or how do you want
Well,
to?
I think what Kelly's making notes, and I'm a strong believer that all elected officials should have a separate cell phone, so you're not going to get any argument out of me. Is that, do we? Okay, all right.
I think that one was just an oversight. I just wanted to bring it to
I
your
guess
attention.
my question is $500 enough? Because I thought our
When I spoke with the
auditor's
auditor's
office.
office, they said it was $480 a year.
Thank you.
So
I
I did 500.
sounded, yeah, thank you. That was, didn't know what the contract rate was. All right, okay, we're through with,
I think to Commissioner Dockery's question, are we just gonna make all the changes requested and then vote? Or is that what you were asking?
You know, I'm just saying, do we want to address these? I don't think we ever took action on the cell phone, so if we need to do that now.
Okay.
We could do it and then just let them accumulate if that's what we want to do. I don't.
I'll tell you what and Mr. Attorney, you're going to have to help me out here, but this is a proposed budget. And at this moment, at the time of proposal, it was the judge and going through weeks of reviewing this information. I think there's room for making the changes. We can, if we have a conflict, or if somebody says, no, I really don't want the county clerk to have a cell phone, they should raise the objection, and we'll take a vote on it. But if it's minimal amount, then we could just go ahead and add it in, and then it'll continue to be the proposed budget. And if anybody has an objection, then we should take a vote on it.
Okay. And then my last question, we're gonna make changes today, and then we'll vote. The proposed budget will then be filed on what date? 15th?
I think we'll be, as far as,
So that we can see a budget with all of our changes.
it'll be done later today. We're going to try to get it published out to the public, and it has to sit out for 10 days, but it'll actually be out 14 before we have our next meeting to take this up.
Okay.
So
hopefully by the end of the day, we'll have a new document.
does that sound reasonable, depending on how long it's?
A revised document.
Well, that will be our proposed budget.
I understand.
So-
Okay. I'm just seeing when we're gonna get it. That's good.
Okay.
Thank you.
But the reason we can make changes, and then if we have conflict, we can vote on these items now, because even without having the final document, we can still vote on the proposed budget so that she can publish it out later today.
I understand.
And so if anybody has a conflict, we just need to object and then vote on the issue. Does that sound reasonable?
Yes, sir. That's
Okay.
fine.
All right. Veteran Services, Emergency Management. Now, this is actually one that I think it was Vicenta earlier that it shows up as a reclass, and it wasn't intended to be a reclass. So I think that needs to go. Emergency Management needs to go to 73,851. Plus whatever the raise is for that position. Is the 85,000 that's not the step in grade? It just seems a little high, so I didn't mean to do that. So this is line 100-4060-1040. Emergency Management Coordinator should be a step and a whatever we said the other day. What was it, 3% in a step? What we voted on the other day? So,
Yes, sir.
okay. And then adjusting the rest of the fringe benefits to the appropriate thing.
It looks like the group is correct because it went from a 68 to a 69.
I see.
But I don't know if the 85 is correct. It's
Okay, but again, I wasn't trying to do a reclass without the Commissioners Court authorization, so, okay? So make that adjustment. Don't see anything else on emergency management. Okay, non-departmental. There's the $50,000 I told you about earlier for the potential reclassifications and the benefits corresponding to those positions. This is generally a catch-all for making sure that we have funds to meet the needs. So just kind of point out for like the mental health non-custodial would be any kind of issues with mental health that don't involve the criminal justice system or the courts. So. And then I think the autopsies have gone up a little bit, but that's just something we have to pay. If we didn't budget for it, then we'll have to make up the money somewhere else. And the JPs have to just they have to call in the autopsies for what they see and whatever they think. So it's not something that has a lot of discretion for the county to be able to pay for it. Okay. The rest of this is although it's labeled as grants, Ms. Auditor, I think they should be, because some of these grants aren't ongoing, and I think they should just be collapsed into grant match, because that's what this section is, but the grants are changing. I know the sheriff they may not have the exact same one, but they'll have a different one. I'm assuming the sheriff will continue to apply for grants when they have the governor's office call, but I'm not sure if it's good to list out grants that may or may not be still in effect at the time that we're making the application. Does that make sense?
I believe these are the ones that we've applied for.
Oh, okay, these are the ones that are actively applied for this next year? Okay, then that's fine. Some of them look like they were the same ones. Okay, moving on to,
what page, could you tell me?
I'm on page 7 now, County Court at Law. And I don't have any issues. Everything looks correct for what I was expecting.
Okay. Sorry to go back. I guess looking at my notes from this morning.
Okay, what is it?
So for your,
Page
I assume,
number? Page number.
hold on.
Okay.
Sorry.
Who was it for?
Where are we going back to?
You,
Okay.
page 2.
Page 2.
Where'd it go? Stand by. Court reporter?
Right.
So I assume that means you're going to,
Not a person. That's the service. And make sure that's in the right category. It's not a person, correct? A court reporter under,
County judge.
hold on, 1040004010. 100, 4,000, 4,010. That is not a person.
that's not a new position?
No.
So you'll need a court reporter?
I will need a court reporter, but I'll be using a court reporter service.
So that's an
So
up-to amount?
That's why it's in the other charges. Yeah, it's in professional service. It's in the right place, yeah. So, but I know the previous judge did not record, but at the county level, the recordings need to be made. But I don't think that I need to have a full-time court reporter standing by when 10, 15, 20% of my time will be in court.
Okay.
So it doesn't make sense, and then also that would come with fringe and benefits and lots of other things. So we'll just have to hire services for that. Okay. Where were we again?
Page 8.
So the district judges have set a hearing on Wednesday to consider appointing an auditor and also setting court reporter salaries. So one of the reasons that the state law requires this to be a proposed budget is because the county does not have input as to what the district judges set their staff at and their court reporters, and their auditor. And so over the next 2 weeks, even what we adopt here as proposed might be subject to change by the district judges. It's usually not radical, but I just want you to know, I want to call these out, that when they hold their meeting and set their wages, that this would change before the final adoption of the budget. We would have to make the changes ordered by the district courts. Does that make sense? So, and that's on page 8. I don't have any other changes for the district court at this time. Page 9, district clerk. Here she comes. Yeah, that's fine. That's good. Okay, now I will say before she gets here, the 2.7 was not applied to her as I had done in my draft version.
That's because you gave me my cell phone and the
And
center
took,
got
and
the.
took, yes, you got a cell phone, she didn't get a cell phone,
yeah.
okay. All right.
I do have a few clerical issues as well.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm going off my phone and it's tiny print,
Okay.
so forgive me. Under 100, 4,500, 1040, my support staff, I've got 2 assistant chief deputy positions at different, I'm assuming that 63 is the level, that's the grade.
63-4
-4.
and then 66-8.
Yes, so that 66/8 should be my chief deputy.
I see. Yeah, that does make sense, doesn't it?
Yes, and then the line below that that says chief deputy should be the assistant chief deputy.
Okay, thank you.
So you have one at a level 4 and one at a step 8.
Correct.
Okay. I see.
And yes, I would like to have the 2.7%, and now may be a good time, or maybe not. Just to clarify, so y'all voted previously for employees to get 3% COLA and 2% step.
Correct.
And this morning, elected officials, 2.7%
Correct.
COLA. Okay. So I'm going to go back to the PIR manager. There doesn't seem, you said that there's not a description on that?
Well, we're in,
I know, but it has to do with, I mean, that position is set to make more than elected officials. And if you don't have a description yet for that, you mentioned hiring an attorney. Is that something that is going to be a requirement?
yes, I mean, as far as I know at this point. So,
Okay, I guess I just don't understand how we can approve a position when you don't have a job description yet.
we're
Set
not
at-
approving, okay.
Y'all did approve it.
We approved a budget placeholder.
You approved $105,000 to pay a position that you don't have a job description for.
Okay. Okay.
That's my concern. And that position is going to make more than at least 4 countywide elected officials.
Okay.
No response to that?
Not at this time. Thank you. Okay. So JP1.
Roxanne Nelson, Justice of the Peace Precinct 1. A question real quick for Shirley. Last week, the week before, when you came over with the information about my clerk, didn't you say that she was maxed out? Our clerks that had been with us for a while were maxed out and needed to be reclassified?
No, I said they have maxed out step for FY '25, they can go up another step for FY '26, which is what we budgeted.
Okay, so the request was made for a two-step increase because of their additional responsibilities, and it looks like in the budget, they were only given one step, and also Judge Hurst couldn't be here today, but she also had a situation where her clerk didn't get a requested increase last year, and it looks like that's been omitted from this new budget as well.
Okay.
I have to go back on the minutes and look at what.
I'll look at this
Judge
right
Hurst
now,
did.
but for one, do you have any other changes on your, on this
I
budget?
appreciate you taking the rent out of my budget. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
For Jane Marie's or mine? For Jane Marie's, you did.
Okay, precinct 2, any changes requested?
I don't know whether I have it or not, because I didn't get this to look at it.
Oh, okay.
So I'll try to look at it on my phone. I'll ask Shirley a couple of questions. My one question is, were they able to move up 2 steps or 1 step? Was it 2 steps?
No, we only authorized one.
We only did 1 step for everybody.
For everybody.
Okay, that was my question on that. Yes.
Okay. And then for Judge Hurst, JP 3,
I got a question on that one.
go ahead.
Under salaries and wages, the 2 court clerks, one's at a class 60 and the other's at a class 62.
Oh.
But they're the same amount.
Yeah. It's 100, 4530, 1040. And one, the 2 court clerks, one is at 60/4, making $53,955. And the other one is a court clerk at level 62/4, making $53,955. So they're the same. Yeah, I just called it out. 100, 4530, 1040.
According to the other budgets, 60 should just say 62. I think it's a typo.
Oh.
The rest of them are at 62.
Yeah.
60/2, okay.
Well,
So
62 slash.
it's not 62, it probably should be 60.
Group 62.
Group 62/4 is
I
what
see.
it should say.
I see. 62, okay. Did you catch that, Kelly? We think they're supposed to be both 62/4 for both of them, because the other JPs have the same level. It's a typo on the 60. Both of them are supposed to be 62/4.
Well, it's probably going to be I doubt the amounts would be correct then either.
Where'd it go?
We're at 62/step 4.
Do we have any others?
The other ones are 62/8.
I mean, they are higher, but I don't think there's a $10,000 swing in that pay group.
So what the 53,955 looks like a 60/4 instead of a 62/4. Because if you go up to look at number 2, stupid office manager 60/5, it's $4,000. And the 60,000 is like less than $1,000 less.
For one more step.
But I think they should be a 62/4, it should be closer to 63,000.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay. It should be
like
comparable,
60,
right?
59 or 60,000.
All right, it should be 62/4.
Okay, we'll have to look at that. You have to go back and see where that came from. Okay. All right. All right, moving along. JP 4, anything on that? It looks like the clerks they're again, we have that 60 but this time we have a 60 and a 4 and a 62 and an 8, but now there's about a $10,000 difference. So at least that seems to make sense. Okay, county attorney. Were there any county attorney position changes or modifications to the budget? What?
County Attorney Eddie Hernando. Under 14750-1040, you have, it's just a label. It's called Executive Assistant. It should be Executive Director. If you could just please change that. That is the only change.
Did you catch that, Director? Okay. Okay. Moving right along. Public Defender's Office. Okay, anything here? And just remember the funny numbers on this one mean that we only cover about 89% of our portion of the cost. So it's distributed between Llano and Blanco and the state of Texas. And so this is one of those examples where we have something in Fund 100, but then we also have a corresponding separate fund to manage the cost center separately, because there's so much of about 2/3 of the cost of this program are actually paid for by the state of Texas. So call that out. District Attorney. Okay.
Members of the court, I apologize. I may not have the budget lines correct on this. One item that this court had previously voted on and approved was just a name change that needs to be corrected. It says, I think, Administrative Assistant.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Should just say Victim Assistance Coordinator.
Do you remember which one that is? Is that the 57%?
Judge, you're going to make me a liar at this point?
No, that's okay.
And
We
my
need to-
executive director's watching us right now,
All right.
probably yelling at the
All right.
screen.
Yeah.
So I'm not getting it right.
Yeah, we'll figure that out. And so, but that was, Kelly, so what, the grant, it's the grant-funded position that it should be called Victim Services.
It gets a grant supplement.
Right, but
it's
Victim Services.
It should be Victims Assistance Coordinator.
Victims Assistance Coordinator.
Victim Service Coordinator?
So we just need to go into the books and find that grant-funded stipend position and put that to the grant coordinator.
The other areas, and I don't know if, the area of travel in our budget, we had made a request for a total of $15,000 for travel. Burnett's County portion would be $8,500.
Okay.
That was not included, is what I'm being told.
Okay. And so, what did you wanted, 15,000, so it's
We
8,500 is our portion of it?
Correct, yes,
Okay,
sir.
all right. It is,
4250 on page 15. 4250.
is there any objection, commissioners, to moving that to 8,500? Again, that's just the Burnett County portion of it. It's 15,000 for the whole jurisdiction, for the 4 jurisdictions.
Correct. Then in the repair and maintenance line, we had requested a total of $16,000, with Burnett County's proportion being $9,066. And that's on 4850, 4520.
4520.
Repair and maintenance?
Yeah.
repair and maintenance.
And you want that to be what, like for the Burnett County portion?
Burnett County portion, 9,066.
Okay. Would you go with 7?
Sure.
Thank you. All right.
And then one more area is in machinery and equipment. We'd requested 41,400. Primarily, this big increase in cost is due to the need to replace a number of computers in our office that are
Yeah.
outdated.
And I
Burnett
think-
County's portion would be 23,457.
Yeah, and so let's talk about that just a minute. Are you not in the county refresh program?
not, no,
You're
sir.
not in the county
We're not in
refresh?
that program.
Because I think that's probably why I moved it, is because I thought, I was under the understanding you were part of the county refresh, and I was trying to put that cost center together where,
Yes.
where you would get, okay. So Commissioners, this is a little bit bigger ask for new computers. Are you on a refresh program, and this is just the amount of computers that need to be refreshed, or?
We were told by IT that we should have no computers older than 5 years, or at 5 years of age, they need to be replaced. We have a number of them that are at 5 years or beyond.
Okay.
And this number takes into account that big purchase we have to make this year.
So the amount you're requesting is only for the portion of the computers?
No, that's going to be our total,
Okay.
total equipment budget, machinery and equipment budget. That's our total request, was the 41,400 total. Burnett County's portion, 23,457. But that increase takes into account those additional computers we're going to have to purchase.
Okay, and that's what I'm getting at, is just the ones that are 5 years or by the time we get to 26, will be 5 years or older.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
So that's under machine and equipment?
Yes, sir.
Top of page
That's
16.
Yeah.
top of 5750, Kelly.
How much?
23,457, I believe.
Correct.
Making it even 20? 9 to 20, would you consider it, Mr. DA? You'll still have money to move around if you don't spend it in travel or other areas. So,
If I could come back and ask the court in the future if I need to move money around, I'll
Absolutely.
work with the court on that. Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
I'm good with that.
Okay, just trying to hold our fiscal restraint.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. DA. Okay,
We're good. Thank you. Appreciate y'all.
any objections for $20,000 for new computers for the DA's office? Okay, all right, let's move on to elections. This is a funny thing, this is a cart before the horse kind of thing, Commissioners, because I have an election commission meeting here in a few weeks to consider whether the request that our elections administrator wants to carry 2 positions, but I'm inclined to not, in other words, they want it for 7 pay periods while for a training. I know we recently did that at the jail for a new lieutenant, but my gut feeling tells me we should just put this back to just put this to the regular wages of that individual, and if the elections commission, if I can say this right, decides to do a training, what is it? A collateral training time, then we should just then figure out how to do it, but budget for it later. So that's my recommendation.
Is that where it gets to the 1.3 on the units?
Well, yes, because it goes, so on the, where to go, election administrator, you see it jump from 98,633 to 128, and the difference is the holding somebody in 2, help me out here, Vicenta. It's the 7-week pay period before the man retires, but once the election starts.
The new one starts?
Right. And
It's
so
basically like for an extra part-time employee.
it would be a full-time position running for 7 weeks, concurrent with the appointed elections administrator. And I think we should just put in the salary back to 98,633 and just let the commission make a recommendation, and then Commissioners Court will have to figure it out later. So if you're okay with that, let's just pay for Mr. Thomas's computers with this one swoop. I'm just that away. 93,633, any objections? Okay. And then, like I said, if the Elections Commission votes later, we'll come back and deal with this issue. County Auditor, again, this is one of those positions that will be set by the district judges, but there is a request for new positions that I'm not sure, I guess, does the judges have to take that on first, and then we'll talk to the judges about that after the fact? I think that's the way the law reads. Okay, so we'll have our meeting Wednesday, so for right now, this is what the auditor has requested, and we'll leave it in there. The district judges will make their say on that at a later time. And then I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just had a question on what is the new position for?
Internal auditor.
Well, I've got an internal auditor and then I have a new position underneath it.
It's a more than I have two internal auditors.
Okay.
Different grades.
Yeah.
You're one.
We got three
I've got
internals.
three internal auditors and a new position.
And the new position is equal to the supervisor, the senior, thank you, senior internal audit. Was that intended to be that way, 2 seniors? Okay. All right. All right, so we'll set that aside for now. We know that before we get to the proposed budget, we have to address that with the district. We'll have to take what the district judges provide and work that into our budget. Okay. Now I'm at county treasurer. Anything? We're good? Okay. Where do we go to start? Okay. Collections. I don't see any changes, no modifications here. Tax collector, tax assessor collector, not here. Okay. Anything here? Human resources, any modifications for you, Shirley? Okay. Magistrate?
So just a couple of things, excuse me. Again, reclass is there. I won't object to that. We've been working on that for 3 years, but it is there. And then we have the county clerk position listed for some reason, and then I have the full-time magistrate court clerk position listed. So I'm assuming the county clerk position is a
I think it's an error.
Error,
So
yes.
It's that's 100, 5010, 1040.
Delete the county clerk.
Delete the county clerk.
Page 20.
Any objections? It's just an error in the budget.
And then.
But then the magistrate's salary is wrong, or is it right?
It's reclassed, so I know y'all said earlier y'all weren't gonna do any reclasses right now, but again, that's something we've been working on for 3 years since there was some issues, and Kristen was set as an administrative assistant and not an actual magistrate, but the pay was never fixed there.
So are you saying the chief magistrate is showing up as a reclass?
Chief magistrate and magistrate position, both, what is listed there is what the reclass was that I asked for.
I mean, it needs to be put back with the 3, so both of them would get a step increase and a
But not reclass where
3%
they.
raise and
Yeah.
a step increase for both of them. It should be at the same level they were last year, plus the step and the
And then
COLA. Thank you.
we also have computers and a printer on here. We also are not in the refresh program. And in talking to Greg.
And why do you think that you wouldn't, I mean, your county employees, why would you think you're not in the refresh program?
I talked to IT, we're not on there. Michael said we're not. And so in talking to Craig, right now we're using Surface Pros. He suggested moving to Towers for our desk computers, that he thought that would be more efficient. So it's time to refresh them anyway.
Okay.
And then there was a printer scanner that is over 10 years old that definitely needs refreshed. And then my operating supplies, I had asked for $3,000. I see it's at $1,504. I have gone over on operating supplies both the past 2 years. I've had to move money. $1,500 with printer cartridges and everything is just not enough.
Okay.
And then the only other thing I had a question on is the cell phones. I heard y'all mention earlier they're $500. We have 2 cell phones in our office. I'm budgeted at $1,500. And I know the last 2 years, if you look, I've been just a little over $1,000. So I don't know if 500 is a rough estimate or if my budget is wrong in that line.
So, can you check on that? Because I really thought the cell phones were like $1,200 or something like that. I don't know where that $500, $480 came from. That, was it, is that what you? Yeah. So, 480 a year is what they're saying.
And if so, I have $1,500 for 2.
Ah.
Then it was the same if it was an Android or an iPhone.
Yeah, in the last.
I'm Android.
So the phone's covered and it was $40 a month.
Okay. All right.
Well, going back up, what do you want the operating supplies? What do you think those needs to go to?
So I had asked for
Oh, 3,000?
Yes, sir.
Sorry about that.
Because with the new printer, it's going to be the more expensive cartridges, so, and I'm already going over this year, I've got 2,600 that I've, total almost spent in there, so.
So, and I need to get with Greg on the computers. I mean, they are county employees.
They ought to be in
They
our-
should be in the refresh for both printers and
Yeah.
there's
When-
no reason that that's not the.
No, and it's never, I mean, like the printer and scanner, I've been there for over 9 years now, and they were there before I started, and they've
That's
never
okay.
even been
All
replaced,
right,
so.
we need to
yeah.
look at that. Okay. All right. Let's,
Leaving the cell phone for what it is now?
yeah, we need to check on the cell phone. I mean, I guess, anyway.
I've seen 500, I've seen 600, I think it's in the provider.
Okay, all right. Well, for right now, we'll leave that alone. Do the 3,000, any objection to 3,000 on operating supplies, and I'll work on the computer issue separately. Is that okay?
All
No
good.
objections? Okay, let's see, this is information technology. I see there's 4 people in the department now, and there's been 3 for years, plus the executive administrator.
I have moved Jackie into the department, out of the department, back into the.
Okay, all right.
And now she's involved.
Okay, so,
You want her out here?
well, for right now, for this purpose, there needs just to be in the IT department, three IT technologists or assistant ITs and the director.
Because she's in your budget, right?
She's in the county judge's budget, so.
Got it.
Well, which one are we eliminating?
One of them.
The one that first one.
The 67.8?
67.
Yeah, 67.8, okay,
Well, that's good.
all right. And then, all right, that takes care of IT. Any other questions on IT? You'll see that I put 200,000 in the refresh amount, which is, we take 386 divided by the 5 years times 2,500. That should cover most of our cost. So, all right, maintenance department. I want to make sure we didn't get any of the new people in here. Is that, this is the same count that we had last year? They were asking for additional IVAC individuals. And then there's a note in here, Kelly, under, it says one maintenance position moved to Fund 140, but I don't see anything in Fund 140. That's just an old note? Okay, so we need to get that out of there? Okay. We are on
Page
page
22.
22. I am on
That was
fund.
maintenance, so.
Well, it's 100, we're still in 100. It's agenda item 19A. Okay, maintenance department, I just want to make sure we didn't add any additional positions. Any other questions or comments about maintenance? It's pretty clean. Yes, ma'am.
About 19,
Yes.
just back up one, sorry, on 21. Under FY 26, it says reduce IT external support and added a part-time employee, but I don't see a line for a part-time employee.
It's probably an old note. Thank you for telling me. Where is it? Where do you see that? Oh, there it is. I found it. So it's 100-5040-4540, and these look like some old notes. So,
As well as the Tyler technology increase?
yeah, I mean, that was built in. You see, Tyler went from
down there to
597
support.
to 620, but
Yeah.
that's their contractual increase. So
There's always going to be a Tyler increase.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yeah, some of this is cleaning up just notes from years past. And this, at the beginning, I told you about the software limitations that were, some of the reason it was so much work to do this. Okay, anything else about, okay, this next one is emergency medical services. I think it looks like
Contracts with Burnett and Marples area EMS.
correct, for our EMS, countywide EMS services. Area fire departments, any changes? I mean, does Hoover Valley need, if they're going to get I guess we don't know now if they're going to get an ESD, so we don't lower their contribution, correct?
Well, they wouldn't see funds for a year.
Okay, so, all right, so at least a year, even if they pass the election, it'd be over a year. So everything there left alone. Constable Precinct 1. Now,
He's not here, but I'll have a question for all of them.
yeah, that's fine. We had two things we needed to address with him, so come on up, Gary. This
Gary
is
Adams, Constable
page-
Precinct 2.
Page 24, numbers. Okay, go ahead.
I'm not really here to talk about his stuff other than what, I've got three body cameras and 2 radios. Precinct 3, you got none. He had one, phone's not quick enough for me to do this. Constable 1 had 1 body camera. I have,
Well, let's,
okay.
let me just back up just a sec. So for Precinct 1, I just want to say there's two issues here that was brought up. I think Scott brought it up, was the, was that right? So number one is we've got an excuse me, it says assistant, but it's a
deputy.
It's a deputy. So so on 100-5510-1040, it is a deputy, not assistant. Sorry to do this to you, Gary, but
Okay.
I need to make sure we capture this. And then the pay grade is the deputy sheriff. Do you happen to know off the top of your head what that is, Sheriff? I mean, it's okay.
Field deputy.
Well, it's just like a field deputy is what we was going for. Not necessarily a new hire, but somebody.
29.63. Thank you. 29.63 is the wage. So if you could recalculate that. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. $29.63 is what I think you meant, not level 29. And then that would be the for that person. And
Correct.
So, okay. And then we have everything else. And then under, now are you doing one, or now you're switching over to yourself?
Mine is that deputy, is he going to be split between all 4?
We're supposed to split him between all 4. We asked for 2, one for north and one for south. We get 1, that's better than none. So We're gonna utilize that person to, if one of us is out for medical reasons or vacation or whatever, at least we have somebody covering our one position office. So
So you have them in the reserves?
we have reserves, and mine comes in quite a bit, so.
And so, and then also to that same point, if you'll excuse me, Constable, there's a car there.
Correct.
In that same budget.
Correct.
And again, that's one car. And then as far as for that person, we see an increase in uniform, vehicle, all the, what is it, other charges and services. So telephone went up and all that. So we're covering that,
yes, sir,
that new deputy, it looks like, on all other things, including a vehicle. So then, and then a body worn camera, looks like that's in there. Now you're,
Yeah,
now we get to your,
Okay, but if you look at mine in capital outlay, let me get back down here to it.
your two.
Correct. It shows that I have 3 body worn cameras and 2 handhelds.
Okay.
Unless I got the deputy in my office,
Yeah.
I don't need 3 body cameras, or with the 2 radios would work for
Okay.
the deputy, so you can move that one to wherever it needs to be.
All right. So.
But anyway, go ahead.
I just want to make sure, so this body worn, let's see, we already had the body worn camera.
In precinct 1.
Right. And
Yes.
then what about the handheld radio? Did we have
He
that?
had 1.
Okay. All right.
See, I put in for that because if I got the deputy, I wanted
Right.
a radio for him, so.
Got it.
Doesn't have the handheld
Right. There's no handheld on precinct 1.
Okay.
None.
So we need to move one of the handheld radios from.
Precinct 1.
To.
Yeah, 3 doesn't have any.
You're saying, I'm sorry, he has none in
Precinct
his
3,
budget, or he doesn't own one?
Not showing here
Okay.
is as either a body worn camera or a radio.
Does he already have them, Gary?
Not the new one.
Scott doesn't have that stuff now?
Not the new ones. So I don't think he's like me, I don't think he has body worn camera, period. I have one that I bought several years ago that I still use.
So now, I'm trying to text with Constable Ray. So, in Constable Precinct 1, if we're getting new equipment for the constables and you're putting the assistant constable
The
in
deputy.
in precinct, the deputy constable in Precinct 1, you would need radios and a body worn camera for 2 positions.
Right.
And then in the other ones, 1 position each. And in Constable Precinct 1, that's not what's reflected. So you need 2 of each in Precinct 1, please.
And when I put my budget together, I put the 2 in there for, just assuming that I would get, but I don't know how it wound up 3 and 2.
Okay. So you're saying 1 needs a body worn camera?
Precinct 1,
One.
if he gets assigned the
Because
deputy.
he doesn't have one now, is that
Right.
what you're saying? Okay. And then he'll need,
Well, I think the radios are the new style radios. We were just asking for the upgraded radios because all of ours are 10 years old or older.
all right, got it. So that's radios,
And then precinct
2.
2, we're just gonna go with 1 and 1.
Right.
$7,100 on precinct 1, so $1,400 plus dollars on precinct 1. Then we go to precinct 2. This is now at the top of page 26. We're doing 1 body worn camera and 1
Handheld
handheld
radio.
radio. Okay.
Do we need to add the same for precinct 3.
Yes, sir, because he has 0. And then Missy's shows correct. She has 1 and 1 and 1.
Radio.
Or precinct 4, I'm sorry.
7,100. And then camera, 6,200, 6,210. Okay? Are there any objections to the 1, 2, and 3, and 4 constables to these changes? The one thing on here that I didn't know we necessarily wanted to do on precinct 4 was the tactical EM casualty care training equipment. Wait, no.
The only thing I've got on precinct 3 is, I know he wanted a new vehicle.
Okay.
Can the new one go to him and his old
Well,
one?
his is 2 years newer than mine. I asked for one as well.
He knew he was wanting a 4x4.
Yeah,
So,
well,
want one hand
mine's-
and go in the other.
That's up to y'all. Or swap internally somehow.
Yeah, I mean, we could use it, his old one, with either a tax collector or the library.
Well, no, the deputy would need it,
I mean, the deputy's gonna need one as well.
Right.
but you need one as well?
Well, I asked for one. Mine is
You need
over
one,
10 years
you need
old.
one, You need one.
Yeah, mine's over 10 years old, so,
Well, his is like 8. I know his mileage is way down, but
yeah, mine is too, but he,
But
you
we
know,
could
they
keep-
drive, I mean, only have like 88,000 miles on mine, so I don't meet the 100,000 mile vehicle, county deal. But it doesn't have a yearly that I know of, so, but I'm 10 years old, so, actually going on 11.
well, I know it, during the flood, a 4x4 would have came in handy for
I agree.
for Leo.
I'm not
For
real
somebody
sure.
to
Leslie
have
has one.
4x,
Yeah, he has a four-wheel drive pickup, so.
Can we use a little bit more fund balance to get them better on cars?
Let's see what else we can cut. It's up to y'all, commissioners. There was one
Well,
thing.
can we get it added in the proposed? And if we need to cut, that might be one of the first things we cut
Okay.
on the final.
Any objections, other commissioners? Okay. All right.
But
So,
you asked-
But do we have to be at the 80, whatever this is, I don't know, Kelly, is this, where did this $82,000 come from a vehicle? Is that what our average purchase price for a law enforcement vehicle? Okay, but do y'all need the same upfitting that the sheriff's office does?
To
on this
somewhat.
car?
I'd like mine to be, if I got one, I'd like mine to at least meet precinct 4's vehicle.
But four-wheel drive,
No,
or you don't need
I use
4x4?
a Tahoe. I don't have
You don't have
I don't have
the
but one area that's really bad, and I can get in it with my Tahoe, the one I have now. The newer Tahoes are higher than the older ones.
All right,
Well, let's plug that in.
all right.
But I was told by the,
Well, it's the one for the, or one, we're saying one for the new deputy, but it doesn't have to go to the new deputy. Let's be clear about that. But it'll be one because we're adding a position.
Exactly.
It can go to the constable, to whoever. But then what I hear is 2 more, so a total of 3 vehicles. Is that what I hear?
no, there's 2.
2 total, 1 for the new.
They can swap one
that's-
internally for the deputy.
Okay, so 2.
If
Two.
Constable
One-
Adams gets one, then his old one can go to the deputy.
Right.
1 and 2, 1 in precinct 2,
And one in
then-
precinct 3.
and 1 in precinct 3. Take out the 1 for precinct 1. Yeah.
He just acquired
Do we have
precinct
a-
4's.
Oh, Lord have mercy. I'm sorry.
Okay. Precinct 2 needs a new vehicle and precinct 3 needs a new vehicle. And the new deputy can get
One of
precinct
theirs.
3's old one.
Precinct 4 just donated her vehicle to precinct 1 to
Right,
replace
yeah.
one of their vehicles.
So yeah. So the new vehicles are, one is for precinct 2 and one is for precinct 3.
Okay.
Right.
You got
That's
it?
correct.
Okay.
And then
All right.
Chip can send his vehicle to the new deputy.
Okay, and then the only other thing that I didn't know if the commissioners wanted to do.
Scott?
Don't tell him I said that.
Yeah. Those are
I thought you said ship, I didn't know you.
Hit the recording now.
Dang it. Sorry, Scott.
So precinct 2 will add a vehicle.
As long as he gets the car.
And as far as that other stuff, Judge, you were asking me about, Commissioner Dockery may understand what that is. I don't have a clue what that stuff is.
This is that tactical EM casualty care training
Right.
that,
Yeah, she's got 40 hours in there at $100 an hour. Or $400 an hour, I guess.
is that,
But didn't she say that was for a bunch of employees?
Yeah, that'd be, yeah.
okay, so
You
just
know,
leave that.
there'd be
Okay.
groups of employees that.
I don't know anything
All right.
about that period.
We've done road and bridge before. I don't know if 16,000 is a good number or not. Maybe that could come down some, but
Okay,
down here, I don't know.
all right.
That's all I had. Unless you have something else for me.
Thank you. Okay, now we're on page 27, 5600 County Sheriff.
I would like to change my 14 vehicles that I asked to for four-wheel drives so that we can get throughout the places in the county.
I know.
Kick the small over.
Yeah, well, or,
Go ahead.
all right,
You have,
I do have. To start with, we're on what, page 27?
It's 27.
I'd like to clear up the requested, the reclassifications and the requested positions to see if those are, if this is the time in order to do that.
This would be it.
Okay. Field deputies, 4 field deputies. I do see that it's on the agenda on page 28, about a little over a quarter of the way down, but it says refer to 295, which is ARPA, and there's no ARPA funds. So how are those 4 deputies being funded if there's not ARPA funds?
it's just it's probably an old note.
That's an old note.
It's just an old, that's what we're clearing.
When-
But the recommendation is not to fund those 4 new deputies.
The recommendation is not to fund 4 new deputies.
That's correct.
Can we hear the reasoning for that? There was some discussion about there was call times not justifying that a reporter asked me about that had talked. And I'd like to know where those call times came from because they didn't come from us. Our call times are very different than, there's 2 different sources in order to
I don't have
retrieve
any
them.
sources for call time, but I just listened to the sheriff's presentation on requesting new, or your presentation on behalf of the sheriff's department. The 2 standards for usually increasing additional deputies or more law enforcement with any professional police organization is usually call times. I didn't
And so
hear
what
you
is that
say
call, what is the call time then
Well,
if
I
you're
don't
making
know.
a decision on that?
I'm saying, when you presented the evidence, that's why you needed 4 deputies. Your high call volume or the long time of response was not part of your presentation. And then when I look at CIT, the crime in Texas, every jurisdiction, including the county sheriff's office, has been reporting lower crime in our county than we have. So that's usually another driver for why counties or police departments or county sheriffs need to increase their presence if crime is on a spike. And then the third is new legislative mandates. So none of that came in the presentation.
Well, if one of them you're saying you don't even know what the call times are, how do you justify that as a reasoning for not qualifying it?
It was your presentation, Chief. I didn't tell you what to present. If you were trying to make a case before the Commissioner's Court as that you needed new deputies, seems like you would have said, well, it's taking a very long time to get to response because we don't have enough, but that wasn't part of your presentation. I understand you want to hold me accountable for your presentation, but that's.
No, I'm not trying to hold you accountable for that. I'm trying to, we're in need of 4 new deputies, so that, what do you think a responsible, an average call time would be for Barnett County?
That was your presentation.
But I'm asking, what, is 12 minutes acceptable? Is 15 minutes acceptable?
That's not up to me to say. It was your presentation about why you needed 4 deputies.
And the reason for separating it out, sure we did. The reason we separated it out is we talked about going to districting so that we have enough deputies on the ground on each shift so that they can respond. And it's not only the deputies responding, but it's also that secondary officer when we get into situations where we have to have a second officer and the second officer's response time also. So districting allows for those deputies to come in sooner, and we did present that. We did say that we want to do this so that we can district, and districting allows for quicker response times, less driving. You stay within the same district rather than driving the entire county, which our guys are doing now. They're having to, whatever section that they're having to come from, whoever gets assigned is not as close, and so we did in fact say that we needed to do that for response times, but.
So Commissioners, it's up to you. I've given my recommendations. We can't grow government
And I've given you a funding source with the $3 million from the jail as well.
So it's up to you.
If we have 4, or if we add 4, well,
You added 4 more vehicles.
you're gonna add 4 more vehicles as well, right?
Yeah, all that comes with it, yeah, vehicles and radios. And so I just want to make sure, I don't know exactly how this process works, so that's your decision,
It's not my decision, it's their decision.
but that's your recommendation.
That's my recommendation.
That you don't want 4 new deputies.
I don't want to grow government in this 1 year to give people the tax cut that they deserve.
You don't want to grow government. You made some comments that you're going to lower the tax rate, and you're going to the exact place where everybody goes to law enforcement because we're expensive. That's a pretty.
We're not cutting you, Sheriff.
I didn't say you're cutting me. I'm just saying, we need 4 new deputies. Maybe the presentation didn't light you up, but we need 4 new deputies. And I just want to make sure that it's your recommendation that you don't think we need 4 new deputies.
I made a recommendation to the Commissioners Court, and it's the Commissioners Court's responsibility. I'm saying the evidence that normal police growth and opportunity is not there. We've 25% drop in major crime, and the additional, the fact that no response times were provided in the original presentation, and that no new statutory mandates.
The constable just
Are you going to interrupt me or going to let me finish?
for another vehicle.
Hang on,
That wasn't
hang on. So I just want to make sure that that's yours. I mean, there's a lot of new people moving into this area, and they expect services, and they deserve those services. And I think you're cutting those services.
I'm not cutting any services. Thank you.
So just to expand the conversation, I guess to look at this more as a whole in some cases, does this include the corporals? The corporal request?
Corporals were reclassed, and we would set that aside for consideration at a later time.
We haven't touched it yet, so we haven't talked about it.
Well, that's what I was asking, so.
The corporals will just be a reclass.
That's correct.
You've already got those 4 employees.
That's correct. And it was on item number 17 that list was provided.
I got a question.
Yes.
You've got the 4 field deputies in here at $250,000, and then I know that the vehicles.
What page are you, sir?
Well, this is just on the spreadsheet here.
I don't think I don't have that.
Okay, well, it's $246,521, so I rounded it to $250,000 for 4 field deputies. But that, less vehicles, so you gotta have 4 vehicles. So what does it cost you to put a deputy in the field for the support? In other words, the vehicle, the body camera.
That was in my original
Is that
proposal.
100,000?
Yeah, when we asked for the positions, we asked for the positions and the vehicles and all the equipment that go with them. And I don't have a dollar amount. I can tell you the vehicles roughly are about 95,000. On here, I think it's got it at a new vehicle was 80-something, but with ours, that does not include, an upfitting does not include your radio, your in-car camera or your radio, which those two together are going to be another 10,000. So we're at about 95,000 for a vehicle.
So 100K. And times 4, so another 400,000. So we're talking about $650,000. Okay.
For
For 4 deputies. And that doesn't buy them long guns, I don't think, either.
That was also in the, everything that was asked, so the long guns are in there, everything on the original proposal was asked for.
So, curious, when you made your request for next year's budget, and you rank your wants, right? You have corporals,
Sure.
new deputies, districting, a lot of advances in the sheriff's department. What are some of those things that you could take off to make sure you got? Or is it all or throw rocks? You know what I mean? I'm not being negative, I'm just saying,
Sure.
is it, what are you willing to negotiate, I guess?
I believe we've been able to present that we're able to fund all of it with the monies that we brought over from, or could bring over from the jail as a rainy day fund for the jail expenses, future jail expenses, and to fund the requests that we asked for.
I think that's the question, is where is that 3 million or 2 million coming from? Because we've got, one story that, and then another story that, what's the, where, is it there? Is there $2 million extra or $3 million that can be used to fund the sheriff's office ask? That's the question.
It may be a location might be on the general. It shows beginning fund balance was at 26 million, and the estimated ending balance is at 37.9, which is a 41% increase to the fund balance.
So
That's where the 3 million goes.
I get it. You're saying you've got the money to fund these requests.
That's correct.
Where's it at? So somebody show me where is the positive.
In this year's budget, that's all we're asking.
In the end of the year. That's the same thing we went over a while ago.
Again,
I don't see where that money, I see where it's getting used up and we're negative. Is that what you're saying, Kelly? The end, what's it, everything's final with the sheriff's office. I mean, with the jail, sorry. Is there a positive or is there a negative?
Well, I think you don't ever transfer money into the jail until they need it, correct? That's kind of how I took it earlier. So say you set aside $3 million.
So where did the 11 million estimated going into the fund balance come from? 3 million of it is from the jail that we just talked about, right? If the numbers are right that you presented this morning, year by year, this year, we're going to have 3 million extra in that balance.
What is that you're looking at?
This is in the budget. In the budget. That's page,
it's in the very front of the budget.
it's probably about page 10 or 12 if you flip through.
I mean, it's
but
just
you don't.
So once all the expenses are paid, what's the end number in the jail?
I showed you the chart.
We looked at that this morning and it looked like there was, a $2 million loss?
It's not a loss, it's just a negative
It's
number.
just a negative number.
Because we do have our own inmates, so that's why I don't, in a business, you'd be profit and loss, but again, the number that was in the book that we discussed, that Chief Trevino claims is jail money, is not jail money, it's taxpayer money. that has been deposited to cover the operations. But beyond what was in that chart, the reality is that there were many more expenses of depreciation and capitalization that are not reflected in that number. Do we get a good deal on the jail? I would say yes. But is it not taxpayer money that supports the operation of the jail? And the answer is yes. I don't know any other way to say it. From an accounting perspective, I know they feel strongly about what they're saying. I'm not denying what they say. But at the end of the day, those taxpayer money is left in the pot, not other funds. So
I wanted to answer Commissioner Byerly's. Patrol deputies is number one. I told everybody in this county I was going to take care of them, keep them safe. I can't do it if I don't have the hands, and that's where it starts, is on the road. So to answer your question, if the number one would be patrol deputies. Is that your question?
Yeah, and I'm not asking you to say that that's it. I was just curious.
And I'm not saying I want to cut anything, right?
Right.
We want everything, but, my number one priority has to be the folks. And like I said, we're growing. Our call times are not where they need to be. And then our backup time is really bad. So, I need some more folks. And plus, then maybe, because we always have someone in training or somebody's sick or somebody wants to take a vacation. It's very difficult right now. 4 more deputies would really help us in that frame.
Well, I think this brings up a point too, though, to something he's saying, something you're saying, and to the taxpayers. People want us to cut taxes, but they want better service. That's what makes this all very difficult.
I think if you ask the community, deputies be a pretty easy sell.
Oh, I get that. I'm just saying, that's the quandary.
Yeah.
We want to cut taxes.
No, I know, yeah. And what we ask for is
And
expensive.
they want
I
better
mean.
roads, and they want you to be there quicker.
Yeah,
That's.
yeah.
Mr. Elson,
Commissioner,
also our coverage in EMS too.
yeah, Commissioner Collier, you had a question.
What is the average call time we have?
It's probably about 13, 15 minutes, and that's an average, so, sometimes
Where does that rank statewide?
I don't have a clue. I just know that, we have, if it's a severe call, 14 minutes is forever, and that's bad enough, but like I said, the backup call, because the other deputy may be on the other side of the county. And so now he's running code to get there, so he's in danger running code. Public's in danger because he's running code. And we got a bad situation over here with a deputy in a bad spot. So, we need a few more hands out there. And we're like so we're growing. We want to change the sectors, where we keep deputies in certain areas. So maybe that call time will go down. If you talk about, call times are pretty tough for sheriff's departments because we cover 1,000 square miles. Cities, it might be 3 minutes, 8 minutes at the most. Their backup is 3 minutes away. Our backup is half hour away a lot of times.
Well, if you add 4, what do you think you can get those call times down to?
Man, I wish I had a number for you, but obviously it's going to be better if the county's more saturated, But like I said, it's not just the call times. It's the safety. Also, some people right now it's very difficult for us to do training because, we can't empty the shifts. It's difficult for people to take off. They want to use their vacation or sick, So it would help in many areas, not just call times.
I mean, if we're kind of negotiating like we have been, does 2 help any? I mean, I know 2 will help, but.
It depends on what shift. You've got 4 shifts, so you pick 2 shifts you want to help.
I mean, well, you can at least start with the most critical shifts.
I take what I get, Commissioner, but yeah, 2 would help. The only reason we ask for 4 is because there's 4 shifts. It evens out the shifts.
How many on shift?
Well, it's both. We want a sergeant and 4. Yeah, this would be five, but, and a corporal, but it's never, as you probably know, it's hardly ever full like that, because there's always something else going on, you know, like I was saying, training or taking off and stuff like that, so it'd make it much easier on us. Got it?
I mean, I'd almost be, my way of thinking would be leave the jail how it is and don't worry about jail money. And if to do 2 or 4 or however many, take it, we're increasing our general fund anyway, correct? Even with these tax cuts?
That's correct. Estimate.
Yeah, all this is
We don't know.
estimated, but.
Yeah. I personally, I would like to look at adding the 4 deputies, and then see what that does to the tax rate. And also, we could fund the 4 vehicles out of fund balance if that's what we needed to do. Obviously, I do not want to fund the new deputies out of fund balance because it's recurring. You don't use fund balance you only use fund balance for one-time expenses. So that would be my little thought, and if you want to ask the auditor to put that in, and let's run the numbers and see if we can still get the taxpayers a budget or a rate cut, that would be fantastic.
I don't suppose we'd stop there.
That we can stop there?
I
said
was
we
about
can-
to say, that's probably all the give that I've got.
We can stop
So-
there?
We can stop there.
Okay.
If it can at least be put in there to be considered.
Okay. I'm going to try to rephrase it, or restate it, do I hear a motion to add the 4 deputies into the current draft proposed budget, and add 4 additional vehicles, radios, body cam, and rifles to be paid for out of the fund balance in FY20, in the draft proposed FY26 budget.
Yes, sir. And the only thing I would add to that motion is you started naming all the ancillary things, so whatever the ancillary equipment that's required to outfit a deputy. So,
Okay.
Now, we adding 4 more cars on top of the 7 we have in there?
Kelly, is there any way that we can put, we talked about cutting out the reserve fund. Can we cut the reserve, can we add the equipment and the cars into the reserve, that sheriff reserve fund, and then fund it only out of the fund balance? Can we do that? So what his motion is we're going to add the 4 deputies to the FY26 Sheriff's Department Fund 100 budget. That's what his motion is. And then the 4 vehicles and other devices would be paid for exclusively from our current fund balance in the FY26 budget. Just so that we can keep our sanity, can we add the 4 deputies to Fund 100 and then set up in the sheriff's office reserve, I forgot it's 180, then put a direct, or recommend to the public that we would consider putting a direct deposit, if you will, for lack of a better term, put money directly from the fund balance into that 180 sheriff reserve, so that when we calculate our tax rate, it doesn't show up as the entire amount coming against our current.
Before you do that, can I interject one thing?
Okay.
When you flip through the account, our Senate Bill 22 has 0 funds towards it.
I haven't got there, because at the time I was filling this out, I didn't have anything from it.
And we had to ask for
Just got
4,
that.
yeah, and I had asked for 4 vehicles in Senate Bill 22.
On top, additional 4 vehicles?
That's
or-
correct.
Okay,
So that was going to be to help fund these 4 positions.
I see.
So you say you haven't received anything
I received an email saying I have until like October, but I didn't receive any, I wouldn't have known, because the sheriff's office has to recommend what to go in here in the budget, and I didn't have anything. It wasn't because like you didn't do anything, it's just because I just got it, what,
I'll just make
4
sure.
or 5 days ago.
Yeah, the recommendations were in our proposal.
Okay, so we've got the vehicles covered then?
Yes, sir. That's why I wanted to interject that, because Senate Bill 22 is not covered in this.
Okay, very good. Then that's my motion. Use the Senate Bill 22 for the vehicles, and then add the 4 deputies to the, out of general, and let's see what it does to the budget and the tax rate.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Still on item 17, the 4 corporals.
I thought we were done.
I didn't know that we had approved that.
Okay, I'm fixing to take a.
Well, number one, I made a motion, and
You made a motion.
let us finish one thing at a time.
Okay.
Yeah, it may be finished.
Oh, I thought you said,
Yeah,
I thought you were doing everything all.
No, I thought you were, that's what I said. Will that end the sheriff's department discussion if we provide the 4 deputies?
No, sir.
Okay. Then I'm not taking the vote.
Yeah.
So,
No, there's plenty others that are needed considered.
all right, go ahead.
So the 4 corporal positions that are a reclassification, they are currently deputies, they are a reclassification to be a corporal.
Next.
The business manager position to go from a step 65.7 to a step 69.7.
Next.
The investigator position that we talked about earlier, which is listed as a group 118, it should be a 116, to a CID lieutenant position, and that is also a reclassification for a investigator becoming a lieutenant, so that we have mid-level management in there.
Is that one the one that has question marks by it here? 116.8 makes more question. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes, that is correct.
So it's currently a 116.8, correct?
It's currently a 116 step 3, I believe. Well, they're going to be at different steps.
Yeah.
118.3.
Be a 118.4 then.
Well, no, but currently, I mean, he's asking for.
And it's going to vary depending on who gets that position. The corporals, we were able to provide the dollar amounts for because we know who made corporal. We haven't done boards for a lieutenant in CID, so we don't know which of those officers will be the lieutenant once a budget approves that position.
But that request is right here, so it's in here?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the, on page 28, and it's the 3rd line down.
Okay.
And that 84,000 is what they make now, or what the reclass would make them make?
Investigators would be
Well,
making
that's the deal. I don't know, because it depends on which one makes it. That's why if you put it in at a 3, you don't want somebody to make corporal than to make less, I'm sorry, not corporal. You don't want someone to make lieutenant and promote and then make less money than they did as an investigator. So their step would have to follow with them.
I guess what I'm asking is, right now, line 3, the one person that you're asking for the reclass to 118, whatever, is currently a 116.
Right, and that's correct. And so she's saying I think Shirley may have said something, that the current 116 step 8 makes more than a 118 step 3. And so the step would have to coordinate with whichever officer makes that position, whichever sergeant investigator makes that position.
But the position you're wanting reclassed is already
A sergeant investigator.
Okay.
So what's the max exposure? Which step? Because that's what we do on a budget, correct?
The max exposure for a lieutenant, and I will only have dollar amounts, not annual amounts, is $43.25 as a lieutenant at a step 8.
Step 8, that's
correct.
I think that's my question.
And that's if step 8's, I believe the step 8's got approved. I'm not sure. But if step 8's got approved, then the step would have to coordinate with whichever officer makes that position. And so the step would have to coordinate with whichever sergeant investigator makes that position.
Okay.
And that's if step 8's, I believe the step 8's got approved. if that got approved, then it would be at the step 8 pay.
So we
At
should
a
budget it at step
43.25 per hour. I'm
So to
sorry,
be
did you-
safe, we should budget it at a step 8.
Yes, sir. And then am I moving on?
Sure.
Sure. Yes.
I'm just asking if we can do it. I'd like to find out if there's a second on my motion and take action on that before we
Okay,
continue
that's
forward.
fine.
I just wanted to keep some clarification in this.
All right, so the motion was that we fund 4 additional patrol deputies for the sheriff's office out of FY '26, which will be added. Is there a second?
Second.
And that is contingent on what?
Well,
what we'll
my
do.
problem was if we were done, then I was going to bring it up for a vote, but if we're going to do reclasses,
That's what I'm
continue
saying.
the rest of the
I
items.
just want to do this right now and then let him continue on with his presentation. But,
Okay, all right.
And this is to put it in the budget as proposed, and we'll see what it does to the tax rate. If we feel
Okay,
like that we
got
can
it.
tolerate it.
All right. So Dockery moved and Luther has seconded.
We both, yeah, whoever.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Byerly seconded. And is there any further discussion?
And the 4 vehicles to come out of SB 22, if that's,
Yes, sir.
what they have in their presentation.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay.
They got you in there. We'll see what you do to the
Thank
tax
you.
rate now.
Yes, sir. And then I was on corporal for bailiff. That was in the courts. It is in the budget on the budget sheet. I'd have to go back to courts and whatever section that's in.
So Commissioners, we've been going at it for hours now. Do you want to take a break or do you want to?
I can use a break, but, I think we might get it done.
You want to keep going?
We'll try to finish today, just take a 10-minute break.
Yeah, or we can just see if you have quite a bit more still, or?
I do, and it's,
All right.
I mean, I just got it yesterday, or this morning, so I haven't gone over any of the numbers, only the discrepancies that I found.
I'm going to take a 45-minute break or something, go get some lunch and come back and take you up again, because
Is the courtroom available?
Yeah.
we're on page 27 of 79 pages.
Probate court is going to be downstairs.
Thank you.
Thank you to probate court.
All right, so the time is now 1:14. We'll be back here at 2 o'clock. So we're in recess till 2 o'clock.
And I'm going to stop the live stream and start a new one for those online.
I mean, we're here, this person